Chapter 179. If they caught the 3 horse thieves, not only would they be able to uncover the culprit behind the scenes, but they could also use this opportunity to demand 4 horses from the other party. If they still refused, then they would have a valid reason to call it a robbery. The 3 of them waited patiently until midnight, but there was still no sign of the horse thieves. This group of 8 must have caught up with them. The 3 horse thieves had already killed 3 groups along the way, and they definitely wouldn't let this one go. However, it wasn't certain whether they would make a move today. As the night grew darker, just as the 3 of them thought that the horse thieves wouldn't make a move today, something happened. Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ma Xiao, and Zhui Feng felt the 3 weak auras approaching them at almost the same time. Immediately after, 3 shadowy figures sneaked out from the other side of the forest, crouching as they approached the 8 flaming horses. Zhui Feng knocked an arrow and aimed at one of them. Just then, Qiuqiu's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind again. "Mistress, those strong auras have appeared again." Yun Ruoyan had also sensed the strong aura, but strangely, Yun Ma Xiao and Zhui Feng didn't seem to feel it at all. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to ask, Zhui Feng shot out the sword in his hand. The arrowhead sank into one of the horse thieves' thighs, but no one cried out in pain. The man looked back, pulled out the arrow, and threw it to the side before continuing to approach the 8 horses, as if he didn't feel any pain. "What's going on?" Zhui Feng exclaimed. "Look at that man's leg," Yun Ruoyan said, suppressing her shock. The 3 of them saw that the wound on the man's thigh was emitting black gas. None of them had seen something like this before, and for a moment, they were shocked. "Mistress, that strong aura has disappeared again," Qiuqiu said in Yun Ruoyan's mind again. At the same time, Zhui Feng knocked an arrow again, this time with a tiger canine arrowhead. Zhui Feng pulled the bow to its fullest and let go. The snow-white tiger canine arrowhead created red sparks as it shot through the air, bursting the head of one of the horse thieves. There was a puff, but there was no blood. What burst out of that person's head was actually black gas. The man's headless body fell to the ground. Black qi continuously surged out from his neck and gradually filled the entire camp, enveloping the 8 people. "Cough, cough, why is there such a big black fog? Wake up, cough, cough." One of the 8 guys who were sleeping like dead pigs finally woke up and coughed non-stop. "What's going on?" "Cough, cough, cough." The people who had woken up also began to cough non-stop. "Cough, cough, cough, I can't breathe, cough, cough." The 8 of them cried out in pain at the same time. "Not good. This fog is poisonous." As soon as the 3 of them came into contact with the fog, they immediately retreated. As Yun Ruoyan retreated, she took out some antidote pills and fed them to her brothers. The 3 of them quickly returned to where they had set up camp, and with the 2 girls in tow, they sprinted in the opposite direction of the black fog. After running for about 15 minutes, they finally stopped to catch their breath. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen didn't know what was going on, and had only been dragged along as they ran. Now that they finally had a chance to catch their breath, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? I thought there weren't any beasts in the Kongming Mountains?" "It's not a beast, it's poisonous gas," Yun Ruoyan explained to the 2 girls what had just happened. Yun Ruoyan had never seen something like this before. Why would normal people keep emitting black gas? And that black gas was poisonous. Yun Ruoyan asked Qiuqiu in her mind, but before Qiuqiu could respond, Lin Qingchen continued, "I've read about a type of medicinal humanoid that's very similar to what you're describing." Lin Qingchen said that the medicinal humanoids looked no different from a normal person, but their minds were controlled by their master. Their master was also their creator, and their master would usually use them to poison others. If the medicinal humanoid was killed, it would release its poisonous gas and perish together with its victim. After Lin Qingchen's explanation, Qiuqiu added in Yun Ruoyan's mind that there was another type of medicinal humanoid, the demonic puppets. However, the demonic puppets had been sealed away 1,000 years ago, so Lin Qingchen's theory was more likely. A medicinal humanoid capable of refining medicinal humanoids had to be a powerful poison master. His goal was to poison the horses, not the humans, and it was clear that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Presumably, he had been bribed by some family to do this. The aura that Yun Ruoyan and Qiuqiu had sensed must have come from that poison master. "Brother, Zhui Feng, did you sense a powerful aura just now?" Yun Ruoyan asked. Yun Maxiao and Zhui Feng glanced at each other and shook their heads. Yun Ruoyan was even more curious as to why both she and Qiuqiu had sensed it, but Yun Maxiao hadn't. Logically speaking, Yun Maxiao's cultivation was higher than hers, and he should have sensed it more easily. "Why don't we go back and take a look?" Lin Qingchen suddenly suggested. "I've only read about medicinal humanoids in books, and I'd really like to see one for myself." "I'm a little curious as well," Lin Qingxue added. Her time in the bamboo garden had trained her courage. When the sun rose and the fog had mostly dissipated, the group returned to take a look. The 8 people and the 8 horses were all poisoned to death. Their gums were bleeding, and their eyes were wide open, their eyeballs turning green. Neither Lin Qingchen nor Qiuqiu could tell what kind of poison it was. According to Qiuqiu, there were new poisons being invented every day, and this could very well be one of them. Lin Qingchen used a silver needle and a porcelain bottle to extract some blood from one of the corpses, preparing to study it later. Instead of burying the corpses, the group planned to report the matter to Kongming Academy and have them investigate the culprit behind the poisons. They had hoped to get a few horses, but that hope was completely dashed. They could only hurry on their way. It was already the 3rd day, and the deadline was the day after tomorrow. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to make it in time, the group decided to have Yun Maxiao and Yun Ruoyan leave first at daybreak. Although Yun Maxiao could fly on his sword, it was extremely taxing on his spiritual energy, and he would have to rest for the journey. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the 2 of them prepared to leave. Just as Yun Maxiao activated his yellow sword, they heard the sound of a large group of horses galloping in the distance. The group looked at each other in surprise. If they really had no other choice, they would have to steal it. Yun Maxiao retracted his sword, and the group stood in the middle of the road. The sound of hooves grew louder and louder, and before long, the group of horses appeared at a bend in the distant valley. Yun Ruoyan frowned, because she saw 2 people she hated, Pei Xiao and Wang Meng. How had the 2 of them gotten together? What was even more strange was that Wang Meng clearly hadn't participated in the imperial expedition, so why was he here? Was he here to send someone off, just like Yun Maxiao? Wang Meng rode at the front of the group, clearly the leader of the group. Pei Xiao followed behind him. Yun Ruoyan's gaze swept across the rest of the group. Other than Pei Xiao, she didn't recognize anyone else. The Li Kingdom's and Yu Kingdom's clothing weren't very different, so she couldn't tell whether they were from the Yu Kingdom or the Li Kingdom. The sight of a dozen or so flaming horses galloping toward them was quite a sight. Yun Maxiao stood at the front of the group, Zhui Feng knocked an arrow, and Yun Ruoyan prepared to summon the flying devil blade at a moment's notice. Although they had the advantage in numbers, in terms of strength, Yun Ruoyan's group still had the upper hand. If the group of horses didn't stop, they would immediately attack. They wouldn't kill, but they wouldn't engage in battle. Instead, they would steal 4 horses and gallop away. Fortunately, Wang Meng saw Yun Ruoyan's group from afar and raised his hand, gesturing for the group to slow down. Before they reached them, the group stopped. Wang Meng urged his horse forward and looked at Yun Ruoyan. "Slaughtering King's consort, why aren't you on your way? What are you doing here?" Don't call me slaughtering king's consort. Yun Ruoyan looked up at Wang Mang. I'm not yet. Young Master Wang, we were ambushed, and all of our steeds were poisoned to death. We've been walking for 2 days now. Yun Ruoyan had already told Yun Ma Xiao about the duel, so Yun Ma Xiao knew who Wang Mang was. In fact, he had seen him at the Yuelu Villa's auction house. However, Wang Mang had never seen him before. May I ask how I should address you, young master? Wang Mang asked. I'm Yun Ma Xiao, Yun Ruoyan's brother. Yun Ma Xiao introduced himself. Ah, so you're the brother of the slaughtering king, Miss Yun. Nice to meet you. Wang Mang immediately cupped his fists. If not for the fact that Yun Ruoyan had already mentioned him to him, Yun Ma Xiao wouldn't have found him annoying. Yun Ma Xiao cupped his fists in return. If we continue walking without a horse, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to Kongming Academy's trial in time. May I borrow 3 horses from you, young Master Wang? Why not? Wang Mang replied straightforwardly. Yun Ruoyan and the others didn't expect Wang Mang to agree without hesitation. While they were still in a daze, Wang Mang had already ordered his men to allocate 4 flaming steeds for Yun Ruoyan and the others. Thank you. Yun Ma Xiao and the others cupped their fists in thanks, then mounted their steeds and set off with Wang Mang's party. Because time was of the essence, the party didn't waste any more time and immediately set off in the direction of Kongming Academy. At noon, they ate their rations on horseback, and after another afternoon of galloping, they only stopped to set up camp and rest when night fell. Yun Ruoyan and the others set up a campfire and rested by the side. Pei Zio had finally stopped clinging to Yun Ruoyan as much as before, but his gaze still landed on her from time to time. Yun Ruoyan simply ignored him. Right now, Yun Ruoyan was focused on Wang Mang. Why was he here? Chapter 180. Yun Ruoyan expressed her doubts to her brother, who muttered to himself for a moment before taking out a flask of wine. Yun Ruoyan took a roasted chicken that Zhui Fang had just roasted and walked over to Wang Mang's campfire. When the people around Wang Mang saw Yun Ma Xiao and Yun Ruoyan walk over, they automatically made space for them. Yun Ma Xiao sat beside Wang Mang, and Yun Ruoyan sat beside Yun Ma Xiao. Here, try the wine I brought from the army. Yun Ma Xiao handed the flask to Wang Mang, who took a sip. Good wine. Strong enough, Wang Mang praised. Young Master Wang, there's something I'm curious about, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Yun Ruoyan handed the roasted chicken to Wang Mang. Wang Mang took the roasted chicken and said straightforwardly, Miss Yun, feel free to ask me anything. I've heard that young Master Wang has been traveling the 4 kingdoms. May I ask if you've come to Kongming Academy to see someone off, or... To tell you the truth, I'm not here as a gift. I'm here as a specially recruited student to participate in the trial at Kongming Academy, Wang Mang replied. Specially recruited student. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao glanced at each other. This was the first time they'd heard of such an unfamiliar term. Yes, a specially recruited student. Wang Mang took another sip of wine and returned it to Yun Ma Xiao. Many years ago, when I was still very young, Kongming Academy wanted to recruit me because of my talent in pill making, but my father refused. All these years, I've been cultivating according to my father's wishes. However, Kongming Academy promised me that I could enter Kongming Academy before I was 20. Yun Ruoyan was astonished. Talented people were just that popular. If the instructors at Kongming Academy knew that she'd become a 4th-rank pill master at 13, they'd probably give her a spot as one of the specially recruited students. In that case, why did you suddenly want to enter Kongming Academy? Because of my younger brother, Wang Kuang. Wang Mang suddenly raised his head and stared at Yun Ruoyan. My brother participated in the Imperial Territories trial this year, then disappeared. No one knows if he's alive or dead. Yun Ruoyan met Wang Meng's gaze, but she didn't react in the slightest. There are indeed many ferocious magical beasts in the imperial territory. Yun Ruoyan's expression didn't change. Back then, I encountered a saber-toothed tiger and a high-tier demonic snake in the imperial territory, and I almost lost my life. I'm afraid that your brother's probably dead. We also guessed that he was attacked by magical beasts. Miss Jean, who was with my brother, also disappeared. I think she was also killed by magical beasts. Wang Meng turned his gaze back to the bonfire. He's my only brother, and his dream since young has been to become a student of Kongming Academy. I've decided to enter Kongming Academy to fulfill his dream. Yun Ruoyan also turned her gaze back to the bonfire, no longer speaking. Yun Maxiao stood up and patted Yun Ruoyan's shoulder. It's getting late, and we still have a long way to go tomorrow. Let's go back and rest. Yun Ruoyan stood up, and so did Wang Meng, but he stood in front of Yun Ruoyan. Miss Yun, did you see my brother Wang Kuang and Miss Jean Fei, in the imperial territory at the time? Yun Ruoyan looked at Wang Meng's face, which bore some resemblance to Wang Kuang's. I don't think so, but there were too many people at the time. Even if I did, I don't remember. My condolences, Yun Ruoyan murmured as she walked past Wang Meng. Wang Meng looked at Yun Ruoyan's departing figure and slowly frowned. Jean Fei, I hadn't revealed the full name of Wang Kuang's killer, only the two words Yun Ruoyan. From this, Wang Meng deduced that the killer was likely a member of the Yun family's Ruo generation. The only members of the Yun family's Ruo generation were Yun Ruoyan, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu. Wang Meng's goal in participating in this trial was to find out which of these three was Wang Kuang's true killer. Yun Ruoyan hadn't panicked in the slightest under Wang Meng's probing, so Wang Meng's suspicions of her had lessened. As for who the killer was, he would have to test them one by one to find out. The next day, at dawn, the party of 20 or so set off. Riding at top speed, they finally arrived at the foot of the Kongming mountain peak in the evening. The last time Liemo had brought Yun Ruoyan to view the Kongming peak from afar, Yun Ruoyan's impression of it had been that it was a sharp sword piercing the heavens. But now, as Yun Ruoyan stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, all she could see were strange rocks and strange trees. She couldn't see the direction of the peak at all, and she couldn't help but feel as if she had been born on this mountain. The closer they got to the Kongming peak, the steeper the path became. In the end, they had no choice but to dismount and walk along the rocky path. By the time they reached the end of the path, there was no more path. Just as they were wondering what was going on, a voice came from above. At the foot of the mountain, are those students here to participate in the trial? The voice was clear and distant, as if it were coming from far away, but also as if it were right beside their ears. Look over there. Yun Maxiao motioned for Yun Ruoyan to look up. In midair, there was a green sword aura, and standing atop it was a man dressed in white. Because they were too far away, Yun Ruoyan couldn't see the man's face, nor could she determine his age. However, his voice didn't sound old. Yes, senior, we are indeed students from the academy who have come to participate in the trial, Wang Meng replied loudly. How many of you are there? The man asked. Yun Maxiao was here to send them off, and he wasn't allowed to ascend the mountain. Wang Meng's group was also here to send them off, and there were a total of 12 students. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to bring you to the peak. The man took out an object from his robes and placed it in his mouth. A loud whistle echoed throughout the valley. As the whistle rang out, more than a dozen sword auras of different colors descended from the sky. Men and women stood atop the sword auras, their white robes fluttering in the wind. As the crowd stared in shock, more than a dozen white-robed immortals descended in front of them, standing in an orderly row. The man who had been speaking in midair also slowly descended in front of them. Only then did Yun Ruoyan get a good look at him. He looked to be in his 20s. His hair was as black as ink, and his face was as smooth as jade. His eyebrows were long, and his eyes shone like stars. "Take out your identity badges," the man instructed. Yun Ruoyan didn't know what the man was referring to, so she looked toward the others. Only when she saw that the others had taken out the wooden badge that Envoy Ding had given them did she realize that this was their identity badge. In the Li Kingdom, only those with a certain level of status would have an identity badge. Commoners only had paper identification, and the badge was a symbol of one's status. After the man checked all the badges and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he arranged for the white-robed immortals to carry one student each. Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingchen, and Lin Qingxue were assigned to 3 white-robed immortals. The one leading Yun Ruoyan was quite beautiful, and she rode on an orange sword aura. Yun Ruoyan stepped onto the sword aura, turned, and waved goodbye to her brother. "Brother, wait for my good news." As she bid farewell to her brother, the woman slowly rose into the sky. "All right, I'll be waiting for your good news." "Ruoyan, take care." Yun Maxiao shouted as he watched Yun Ruoyan fly further and further away. Only when the sword aura was blocked by a large boulder did Yun Maxiao stop waving his hand. Yun Ruoyan stood on the sword aura. Unlike Li Mo's previous attempt, the white-robed immortal didn't fly straight up. Instead, she circled around the boulder. "Fairy sister," Yun Ruoyan called out. "I'm not a fairy," the woman smiled. "I'm your senior sister, so you can call me Senior Shui Yun." "Senior Shui Yun," Yun Ruoyan smiled back. "What a coincidence, my name also has a Yun in it. I'm Yun Ruoyan." Shui Yun saw that Yun Ruoyan was young and had a sweet smile on her face. She quite liked this young girl, so she chatted with her as she rode on her sword. "Then I'm not the only one who's coincidental." Shui Yun turned to look at Yun Ruoyan. "Everyone in our generation has a Yun in their name. Our eldest senior brother is Ling Yun, our second senior brother is Qing Yun, and our third senior sister is Han Yun." From Shui Yun, Yun Ruoyan found out that the man who had checked their badges was her eldest senior brother, Ling Yun. There were 30 disciples in her generation, and Shui Yun was ranked 15th. "Close your eyes, we're about to enter the clouds," Shui Yun reminded Yun Ruoyan. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't know why she had to close her eyes, she did as she was told. The last time Li Mo had brought her here, he hadn't told her to close her eyes. Why did she have to close her eyes this time? After closing her eyes, she could only feel a chilly air around her. Beneath her eyelids, she could sense that her surroundings had darkened. Not long after, Yun Ruoyan suddenly felt the warmth of the sun shining on her body, and her vision brightened. "Senior Shui Yun, can I open my eyes now?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "Yes," Shui Yun replied. With Shui Yun's permission, Yun Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes. Although she had already seen Kongming Academy before, she was still stunned by the sight before her. More than 100 buildings of various sizes, high and low, were scattered on the peak of the mountain. The roofs of the buildings were made of a material similar to colored glaze, which glowed with a golden light under the sunlight. It was very beautiful. Because they were high up, Yun Ruoyan felt that the sky was clearer, the air fresher, and even the sun seemed brighter. At this moment, the sun was sitting above the clouds, its golden red rays spreading across the sea of clouds. It was breathtakingly beautiful. "It's so beautiful here, like a fairyland." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. "It's even more beautiful when it snows in the winter," Shui Yun instructed. "Stand still, I'm about to land in the plaza." Shui Yun flew past the roofs of the buildings before finally landing in a large plaza at the center of Kongming Academy. As soon as Yun Ruoyan's feet touched the ground of the plaza, the deep, distant tolling of a bell rang out, one after another, as if it had come from the heavens themselves. Yun Ruoyan looked around her and finally found the source of the bell, the tall tower that Liamo had brought her to. Chapter 181. The 12 of them landed on the plaza one by one, and Shui Yun and a white-robed man led them to their quarters. Although the man was quite good-looking, he had a stern expression, and Yun Ruoyan heard Shui Yun call him Junior Mo Yun. Perhaps because he didn't like to smile, Yun Ruoyan felt that Mo Yun was older than Shui Yun. Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingchen, and Lin Qingxue were led west by Shui Yun to the women's quarters, while Zhui Feng and Wang Meng were led south by Mo Yun to the men's quarters. The plaza was rather elevated, so Yun Ruoyan's group followed Shui Yun out of the plaza, passing through several stone paths and gardens filled with exotic flowers and plants before finally entering a courtyard meant for the women. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Yun Ruoyan saw Yi Qianying and Rong Wuxian surrounded by a group of people who seemed to be discussing something. When they noticed that someone had entered the courtyard, they all turned to look at Yun Ruoyan's group. As soon as Yun Ruoyan met the two of them, she looked away indifferently and surveyed the courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and the rooms were arranged in rows. Yun Ruoyan estimated that there were at least a dozen rooms, and most of the doors were closed. For some reason, less than half of the students on the list have arrived this year. Shui Yun brought Yun Ruoyan's group to a room on the southern side and opened the door. "Senior Shui Yun, there's something we'd like to report," Yun Ruoyan said. Shui Yun opened the door and turned to Yun Ruoyan. "What do you have to report?" As soon as they entered the room, Yun Ruoyan told Shui Yun about their encounter with the horse thieves. Shui Yun frowned and looked at Yun Ruoyan sternly. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true," Lin Qingxue replied. "We saw it with our own eyes. If not for the fact that our horses were poisoned, we would have arrived 2 days ago." "Senior sister, we wouldn't speak carelessly," Lin Qingchen added. "The students who didn't arrive in time must have had their steeds poisoned as well, so they couldn't make it in time. This matter is very important, so please report it as soon as possible, senior sister." "All right, rest for now. I'll report it right away." Shui Yun turned and left. There were 3 beds in the room. The 3 of them tidied up a little and lay down to rest. After several days of riding and walking, the 3 of them were very tired. Yun Ruoyan really wanted to take a bath, but it seemed that this wish wouldn't be fulfilled anytime soon, so she could only give up on it. When it was dark, someone came to deliver food. The food was pushed in a wooden cart. It was simple steamed buns, porridge, and side dishes. Everyone lined up in the yard and each person received a portion. She didn't see Yi Qianying or Rong Wuxian at the table, so they must have brought their own meals. Usually, after dinner, she would begin cultivating. However, since they would be entering the trial tomorrow afternoon, Lin Qingxue looked a little nervous. Although Lin Qingchen didn't show it, it was clear that she too was nervous. In order to ease the tension, Yun Ruoyan began to tease them. After a while, the 3 of them began to feel sleepy. Just as they were about to turn off the lights and go to sleep, Shui Yun knocked on her door, saying that someone wanted to see her. Yun Ruoyan followed Shui Yun to a side courtyard. When she entered, she raised her head and saw a white-haired, spirited old man sitting at the head of the table. Beside him stood a white-robed man, her senior brother, Ling Yun. To the left and right of the old man sat a total of 6 people, white-robed men, and 3 white-robed women. Yun Ruoyan could tell that they were all around 30 years of age, and were likely instructors. Shui Yun introduced them to their master, Zhang Shan, who was in charge of the recruitment of the new students. On either side of him were Shui Yun's uncle masters, the future instructors of the new students. The main reason for calling Yun Ruoyan over was to ask about the horse thieves. In the evening, after Shui Yun had reported the matter, Ling Yun had personally flown on his sword to investigate the situation. Indeed, he had found quite a few groups whose steeds had been poisoned to death. By this time, Kongming Academy had already sent a group of students to welcome Yun Ruoyan, and they had called her over to ask her about the details of the matter. Yun Ruoyan recounted everything she had seen and heard, including how they had discovered the horse thieves and the strange situation that had occurred after they had killed them. Yun Ruoyan only recounted what she had seen and heard, not mentioning their suspicions about the horse thieves. As Tsang Shan and the others listened to Yun Ruoyan's account, their already solemn expressions became even more solemn. Yun Ruoyan heard them mention the medicinal man and the apothecary, but she only lowered her head in silence. After she was done, Tsang Shan instructed Shui Yun to send Yun Ruoyan back to her quarters. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, the three of them began their final cultivation session, ensuring that they would be in peak condition for the upcoming trial. It was that busybody in that room who made the report, giving us so many opponents for no reason. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Yun Ruoyan didn't recognize the voice. "Miss Lee, my cousin is living in that house." "What happened?" Yi Qianying's voice came from outside the house. "Didn't we encounter a few groups that lost their mounts along the way?" Miss Lee asked. "Yes, what about it?" Yi Qianying asked. "For the sake of showing off, that cousin of yours ran over to report this situation. In the end, the academy sent people on flying swords, and in one night, they brought over 10 students over. We suddenly had a few dozen more competitors," the Li family's young miss said unhappily. Most of the students who had arrived at Kongming Academy had encountered groups whose mounts had been stolen, but in order to reduce the number of competitors, none of them had reported the matter to the higher-ups. Yun Ruoyan's actions this time had undoubtedly become the first bird to stick out. "My cousin has always loved to be in the limelight. When she was at home, she loved to show off in front of the elders. I didn't expect that she still couldn't change this bad habit after coming here. I really can't help it. We can't let her get away with it. Sooner or later, we'll have to teach her a lesson." Miss Li didn't sound like a kind person. When Lin Qingxue heard this, she abruptly stood up from her bed. "Qingxue, sit down," Yun Ruoyan called out. "Sister Ruoyan, they're purposely saying this for you to hear. If we don't go out, they'll think we're easy to bully." Lin Qingxue had a fiery temper, and she couldn't stand people barking at her doorstep. "Then they're just 2 rabid dogs." Yun Ruoyan didn't even open her eyes. "As long as they keep barking, they'll be fine. But this Miss Li is a little strange." When she had reported to Shui Yun, there hadn't been anyone else present, and when Shui Yun had come to find her last night, no one had seen her. How could this Miss Li have known that she was the one who had reported the matter? There was only one possibility: one of the Li family's spies had been present yesterday. "Do you know this Miss Li?" Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes and asked Lin Qingxue. Neither she nor Lin Qingxue liked to socialize, so they weren't familiar with the scions of the capital. Only Lin Qingxue had a few friends. "I don't know. Yesterday, I ran into her in the washroom. She had a big nose, and she didn't look like someone from the Li Kingdom. Rather, she looked more like someone from the Mo Kingdom." "She's from the Mo Kingdom." This was out of Yun Ruoyan's expectations. When it was almost noon, the bell in the plaza rang once more, and someone came to inform everyone to gather in the plaza. 2 hours later, more than 100 students had gathered in the plaza. Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qingxue stood in one of the groups. Yun Ruoyan saw Zhuo Yifang from afar and waved him over, pulling him into her group. Once everyone had gathered, Tsang Shan stood on the dais and began to announce the rules of the trial. Only 20 students will be allowed to pass this trial. When Song Shan announced this, there was an uproar in the plaza. Why are there so few students this time? I don't know what's going on, but they've always recruited at least 30 students in the past. Could it be because there are so few students this time? The limited number of students had already made everyone nervous, and the sudden reduction in the number of slots caused an even greater uproar. Fewer students meant that the competition would be fiercer, and the discussion was filled with dissatisfaction. Hand over all of your storage items and spiritual weapons of 5th rank and above. When Song Shan announced this, the uproar in the plaza grew even louder. Why do we have to hand over our storage items? Why do we have to hand over our spiritual weapons? That's right. Everything I've prepared is in my storage ring. If we hand it over, we'll have nothing left. Stop talking. Hurry up and hide something important on your body. Stop the noise. This voice came from Ling Yunzi, who stood by Zhang Shan's side. Although his voice wasn't harsh, it reverberated throughout the plaza, causing the chatter to die down. Zhang Shan continued. This year, due to certain reasons, only 113 of the original 200 students were able to pass. As a result, the elders of the academy decided that, in order to ensure the quality of the students that will eventually enter Kongming Academy, the original quota of 35 students will be reduced to 20. What's going on? How could this be? Most of the crowd was surprised by this decision. I thought that having fewer students would mean fewer competitors. If I'd known this would happen, I would have lent my horses to those who didn't have any, someone exclaimed in frustration. Sister Ruoyan, surely those petty people won't say that we're meddlesome now, right? Lin Qingxue exclaimed loudly. Miss Li and Yi Qianing, who were standing in front of them, stiffened and silent. Of the 113 students, only 20 would be accepted in the end. This meant that 93 of them would be unable to enter Kongming Academy, and the competition would be fierce. The rules for the trial are. When Song Shan got to the crux of the matter, everyone stopped talking, and the plaza fell silent. Song Shan's gaze swept across the crowd. The limit is 3 days. After 3 days, you'll be ranked according to the number of beast cores and spiritual herbs you've obtained, and you'll only accept 20 students. Chapter 182. Those who didn't pass the trial had 2 options. They could leave immediately, or they could remain in Kongming Academy as an outer court student. Becoming an outer court student meant that one would cultivate and do odd jobs on their own, waiting for an opportunity to participate in the trial 3 years later. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to survive the trial. Neither the imperial territory nor the Kongming trial guaranteed one's life. Now, open the trial. Following Zhang Shan's command, the 6 instructors behind him stood in 2 rows, simultaneously extending their hands to release their spiritual energy. The spiritual energy gathered in their palms, gradually forming 2 glowing doors. This was the spatial teleportation array door, and this array door led to the trial grounds. The students lined up according to the instructions and entered the doors. Shui Yun and Mo Yun stood by the 2 doors, collecting the students' storage items and spiritual weapons. As the students complained, they had no choice but to hand over their belongings. After handing over their belongings, they would receive a steel sword and a storage pouch. Miss Li, who was walking in front of Yun Ruoyan, had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but Shui Yun had pulled her out with a mirror that could detect spiritual energy. Miss Li had hidden a high-grade spiritual pill on her, and when the mirror shone on her, a white light flashed. Zhuo Yifeng's Tiger Canine arrowhead had just reached the 5th rank, and he had barely passed the trial. Lin Qingchen's sword and Lin Qingshue's daggers weren't spiritual weapons, so they didn't have to be handed over. However, Li Mo's storage ring and Lin Qingchen's storage pouch would have to be handed over. Yun Ruoyan took out a steel dagger from her storage ring and tucked it into her trousers, then took out a few antidotes and spiritual pills, stuffing them into her bracelet. She was betting that Shui Yun's mirror wouldn't be able to detect her bracelet. Hand over the spirit weapons in your possession. Meanwhile, Mo Yun suddenly spoke in a stern voice, and it drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings. This is the Pei family's heirloom, the cloud-piercing spear. Pei Zio held the spear, which had shrunk to the size of a flute, unwilling to hand it over. You have two choices: hand over your spiritual weapon and enter the trial, or leave Kongming Academy with it. Mo Yun's attitude was even more unyielding. Brother Pei, please hand it over. Kongming Academy will definitely take good care of your family heirloom. Wang Meng, who was standing behind Pei Zio, said as he handed over the two yellow jade pendants and a storage ring to Mo Yun. Then, he took the items and walked into the array door. Pei Zio had no choice but to hand over the cloud-shattering spear and follow behind Wang Meng. On the other side, Zhui Feng walked in front of Yun Ruoyan with his bow and arrows. Yun Ruoyan walked up to Shui Yun, took off her ring, and handed it to her. Shui Yun took the ring and, as usual, examined Yun Ruoyan with a mirror. Yun Ruoyan had quite a few treasures on her, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. However, she didn't show it on her face. When the mirror shone on her wrist, it didn't emit any white light. Yun Ruoyan smiled, but inwardly, she sighed in relief. But when the mirror shone on Yun Ruoyan's neck, it emitted a faint white light. Only then did Yun Ruoyan remember that she was wearing a fish pearl on her neck. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to take it off, Shui Yun said, "This isn't a weapon, nor is it a spiritual herb. Just keep it." Yun Ruoyan nodded gratefully at Shui Yun, then took her sword and storage pouch and walked into the array door. Yun Ruoyan felt a blinding white light flash past her, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. When the white light disappeared and she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by a completely different scene. Yun Ruoyan had thought that the trial would be like the imperial territory, with a deep forest and a valley, but to her surprise, she was greeted by a vast expanse of yellow sand. Standing on the yellow sand, the scorching sun overhead, and the hot wind caressing her face, she felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. What the hell? Why did they send us to the desert? Yun Ruoyan wasn't the only one surprised, almost everyone else was. Lin Qingshen and Lin Qingxue appeared behind Yun Ruoyan, one on her left and the other on her right. Both of them stared at the desert in front of them for the first time in their lives, their jaws dropping to the ground. In the distance, a sand dune as tall as a mountain blocked their line of sight. In front of them, quite a few people were climbing up the sand dune. Those who had already reached the top of the sand dune cheered as if they had seen some treasure, and they ran to the other side of the dune. Not far in front of them, Yun Ruoyan saw Zhuori Feng standing there, also looking at the sand dune, as if he had been waiting for them. The three of them walked over to meet up with Zhuori Feng, and then the four of them began to climb up the sand dune. As they climbed, Yun Ruoyan saw Yi Qianying, Yun Ruoyao, and Rong Yueshan, as well as a group of about 7 or 8 people. Wang Meng and Pei Zio's group also had about 7 or 8 people behind them, and they were also climbing up the sand dune with all their might. Only when Yun Ruoyan's group reached the top of the sand dune did she realize why those people had been cheering. Standing on top of the sand dune and looking into the distance, there were a few oases not too far away. These oases looked like jade chains that had fallen from the heavens, and they glowed with a bright green light. "It's so beautiful." The group couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and then, like the others, they ran toward one of the oases. Yun Ruoyan saw that most of the students were running toward a larger oasis to the west, including Yi Qianying and Pei Zio's group. A small portion of the crowd ran toward a smaller oasis in the east, and Yun Ruoyan's group of 4 followed them in that direction. Not long after, the four of them entered the oasis. The trees in the oasis were ones that they had never seen before, and the fruits on the trees were also ones that they had never seen before. The four of them looked around curiously, and then they heard cheers and the sound of water splashing from deep within the oasis. Yunruoyan's group continued in the direction of the sounds, and after passing through the forest, their eyes suddenly opened up. What appeared in front of them was a large, emerald lake. By the lakeside, there were about a dozen students playing with water. On such a hot day, even Yunruoyan couldn't help but want to jump into the lake. Just as the four of them walked toward the lake, Chocho issued a warning in Yunruoyan's mind. "Master, be careful. There are water monsters in the lake." Water monsters were another name for magical beasts in the water. Yunruoyan immediately stopped in her tracks and pulled the other three back. "Sister Ruoyan, what's the matter?" Lin Qingxue didn't understand. Her entire body was hot and uncomfortable, and her throat was almost steaming from the heat of the sun. She wanted nothing more than to jump into the water. "Don't you think it's a little too quiet?" Yunruoyan looked around at the lake. Apart from the sounds of the few people on the lake, there didn't seem to be any other sounds. That wasn't right. Since this was a trial, there had to be magical beasts around. Why hadn't they seen a single beast on their way through the forest? Unless the beasts were hiding in the lake. The four of them glanced at each other, simultaneously thinking of this possibility. "Ah!" At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the lake. Then, it was followed by screams that rose and fell one after another. Those who were playing in the deeper parts of the lake seemed to be pulled by something by the legs, and were dragged into the water with all their might. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 or 5 people left on the lake. "Run! There's a water monster! Run!" The 4 or 5 of them screamed as they ran toward the shore. Immediately after, several thick black tentacles suddenly emerged from the lake behind them. Those tentacles swept towards the 5 people who were running. In an instant, 3 more people screamed as they were dragged into the lake. The remaining 2 students finally broke the surface of the lake, recovering from their shock. They turned around and slashed at the tentacles with their swords. When the tentacles met with resistance, they slowly retracted back into the lake. The 2 students, one male and one female, who had just escaped death, ran toward Yunruoyan's group, their faces pale. Yunruoyan had never seen either of them before, but the girl had an aquiline nose and an exotic charm. Lin Qingxue told Yunruoyan that she was the Miss Li from the Li family who had been standing in front of their room, and Yunruoyan confirmed that she was from the Mo kingdom. The 2 of them ran all the way to the back of Yunruoyan's group before stopping, panting heavily. "I didn't expect there to be a water monster from the Qin kingdom here," the male student who Yunruoyan didn't recognize said as he panted. "You're from the Qin kingdom?" Yunruoyan asked. "Do you recognize that water monster?" The Qin kingdom was located close to the Eastern Sea, and there were many large water monsters in the waters. "Yes, I'm from the Qin kingdom," the male student replied, his voice trembling. "That's a deep-sea water monster called the 8-clawed evil spirit. I didn't expect it to appear in such a small lake, and in the middle of a desert at that." The male student was clearly shocked by the sight of a deep-sea water monster. "That water monster is too frightening. Let's go to another oasis," Miss Li suggested. The Mo kingdom was located on an inland plain, and even magical beasts were rare here. She had been scared witless by the 8-clawed evil spirit. "Yes," the Qin kingdom student agreed. The man from the Qin kingdom agreed. "The 8-legged evil spirit has a strong sense of territory. This entire oasis should be its territory, and it will not allow others to invade its territory. Let's go to another oasis and take a look." The 2 of them didn't wait for Yunruoyan's group to respond before running into the forest. Sister Ruoyan, what should we do now? Should we stay or leave? Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen looked toward Yun Ruoyan. Zhuifeng's bright eyes were focused on the lake. If we lure it out, how confident are you that you'll be able to kill it? Yun Ruoyan wasn't in a hurry to answer Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen's questions. Instead, she looked at Zhuifeng. Chapter 183. I'll have to see its true form before I can be sure, Zhuifeng replied. Judging from its tentacles, it's quite a big one, but no matter how big it is, it's bound to have a weak point. As long as we can find its weak point, it's not impossible to kill it with a single arrow. Back in the Imperial territory, Yun Ruoyan had been able to kill the saber-toothed tiger by finding its weak point. Really, Brother Zhua? Can we really kill it with a single arrow? Lin Qingchen looked at Zhuifeng reverently. Her fear of the beast had mostly dissipated. Actually, Yun Ruoyan didn't think that this so-called eight-legged evil spirit was particularly frightening, because she could sense that its cultivation wasn't very high. The only reason it had managed to kill so many people at once was because it had ambushed them all, and because everyone had been so frightened by its appearance that they had completely forgotten to fight. Even after being caught by the tentacles, they hadn't taken any effective measures to save themselves, only screaming and running away. Most of these disciples from the four nations were able to successfully pass through the Imperial secret territory because they relied on the powerful spirit weapons of their clans. Not many of them were truly capable. This was also why Kongming Academy had such a strict quota of students, as well as the spiritual weapons of those who entered the trial. Kongming Academy wasn't that easy to sneak into. Since there's a magical beast in our oasis, the other oases won't be so peaceful either, Yun Ruoyan replied. We only have 3 days, and we won't gain anything by running around like this. As long as we work together, I'm confident that we'll be able to kill this evil spirit. The other 3 agreed with Yun Ruoyan's words. By then, the sky had already darkened, and they couldn't move at night due to poor visibility. Thus, they decided to start the operation the next day. Only when they had some free time did they sit down and check the contents of their storage pouches. All of them took out the contents of their pouches and found that there was almost no difference between them. They each had 2 bottles of pills. Lin Qingchen sniffed them and said that one was for external injuries, while the other was for internal injuries. They were just ordinary spiritual pills, nothing special about them. Then, each of them had a map. The 4 of them unfurled their own maps and found that they were all identical. The map depicted the distribution of these oases. The map also indicated which magical beasts were in each oasis, as well as the grades of these magical beasts. Yun Ruoyan pointed at the oasis they were in on the map, the 8-legged evil spirit, a mid-rank magical beast that was slightly weaker than the saber-toothed tiger. As soon as Yun Ruoyan saw the map, she began to reflect on the fact that she should have checked the contents of the bag when she'd first received it. If not for Qiuqiu's reminder, wouldn't they have also rushed into the lake? Although they wouldn't die in the mouth of the water monster, they would put themselves and the people around them in danger. As for those people, if they hadn't rushed into the oasis in a hurry and had seen the map in the bag, they wouldn't have died in the stomach of the water monster. In a place like this, carelessness could cost one his life. In addition to the map and elixirs, there were also illumination tools inlaid with glowing stones in the storage bag. They took out the tools and sat together to analyze the map. There were a total of 8 oases marked on the map, and the highest-ranked magical beast in each oasis was also marked. The distance between each oasis was about 1 kilometer, and the oasis they were in was the smallest of them all. The beasts there were also the lowest ranked. One of the larger oases was marked with the name of a snowfield ape, which puzzled them a little. Aren't snowfield apes supposed to live in a world of ice and snow? Why would they appear in a desert oasis? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. None of them could think of an answer to this question, so they set it aside for the time being. In 3 days' time, they could only kill one such beast a day, so they could at most kill 3 in 3 days. Beasts that they didn't understand or that were too powerful could be ignored for the time being. The group decided that the next day, Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingxue, and Zhuo Feng would lure the 8-legged evil spirit out, and Zhuo Feng would kill it from afar. After the discussion, the group began to rest. Zhuo Feng would keep watch for the first half of the night, and Yun Ruoyan would keep watch for the second half. At the same time, in the larger oasis next to Yun Ruoyan's, Yi Qianning, Wang Meng, and the others were attacked by magical beasts as soon as they entered. Those beasts were a group of 20 red-furred spiders, each half as tall as a grown man. Although they looked frightening, they were all low-rank magical beasts. Anyone who was at least a 4th-rank blade master could put up a fight against them. Given that Yi Qianning and Wang Meng had the advantage in numbers, it didn't take much effort for them to kill all of the spiders. Because they were low-rank magical beasts, the group didn't gain anything from killing them. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone arrived at the lakeside. The 2 teams split up and rested in 2 different areas. Yi Qianning and the others had also found a map in their storage pouches, and they were huddled together to analyze it. The oasis they were in was very large, and there were low-rank, mid-rank, and high-rank beasts in it. With their cultivation and the help they had, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a few mid-rank beasts, but they weren't completely confident in dealing with high-rank ones. Why don't we go kill some mid-rank beasts first and collect some cores? A young man with rosy lips and white teeth suggested. He looked like a pampered young master from a large family. We only have 3 days. Our chances of winning are too low if we only kill mid-rank beasts, Yun Ruoya replied. With so many of us, we can go kill the higher-rank beasts. That's too risky, the pampered young master added. In fact, there were quite a few young masters and misses like him in the group. Most of them were 5th-rank blade masters, and although their cultivation wasn't low, they had spent most of their time training in their family academies and had little actual combat experience. That's right, we've only just arrived here, and we don't know anything about the situation here. Let's start with the easy part first, the other young masters and misses agreed. Yun Ruoyao was eager to win. She frowned at Yi Qianning and Rong Yuashan, only to find that Yi Qianning was absent-mindedly looking at the other group. She followed Yi Qianning's gaze and saw Pei Zio. Why can't she let go of a man who doesn't want her? She's hopeless. Yun Ruoyao thought disdainfully. Miss Rong, what do you think? Yun Ruoyao turned to Rong Yuashan. Yun Ruoyao had only joined the group halfway through their journey, and the group revolved around Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan actually agreed with Yun Ruoyao's decision, but when she looked at the signs around her, she thought for a moment and said, "It's getting dark, so let's get some rest. We'll talk about this tomorrow." Yun Ruoyao still wanted to say something, but Rong Yuashan's expression turned impatient. Yun Ruoyao shut her mouth, but she was very disappointed in this group. "Brother Pei, is that concubine of the crown prince watching you?" Wang Meng asked Pei Zio, who was standing next to him, with a smile. When Pei Zio heard Wang Meng's words, he subconsciously looked toward the other side. When he met Yi Qianning's gaze, he couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. She was already a married woman, and yet she was still looking at him like that. How shameless! Meeting Pei Zio's disdainful gaze, Yi Qianning's already cold heart grew even colder. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She had been treating Pei Zio as a stranger all this time, but just now, she couldn't help but look at him. Yi Qianning's days in the Crown Prince's manor had been difficult. Although the Crown Prince had never married before her, there were plenty of beauties in the manor for Li Qianxiao's entertainment. The Crown Prince had only slept with her that night when he was drunk, and Yi Qianning hadn't seen him since. Even her trip to Kongming Academy hadn't been a big deal. In the Crown Prince's manor, everyone treated her as if she were invisible. And this was only the beginning. If the Crown Prince continued to ignore her, her days in the manor would only get worse and worse. As a result, she had to enter Kongming Academy, Yi Qianying decided. Sister Ruoyao. Yi Qianying pulled the sullen Yun Ruoyao to the side. The people in this group are too weak, and if there's too many of us, we won't be able to get much beast cores. Why don't we leave this group and go on our own? Yun Ruoyao was very much in favor of her suggestion. Miss Yun, concubine of the Crown Prince. Just as Yi Qianying and Yun Ruoyao were talking, Wang Meng's voice came from afar. Young Master Wang, is something the matter? Although Yun Ruoyao recognized Wang Meng, she wasn't familiar with him. There's something I'd like to discuss with the two of you. Wang Meng walked up to the two of them. Please speak, young Master Wang, Yun Ruoyao replied. The group I'm currently in doesn't have many members, and it's difficult for us to accomplish anything big together. Young Master Pei, I'd like to form a group with the two of you to hunt high-rank beasts. What do you think? Of course, Yun Ruoyao was more than happy to hear this, but she still put on a reserved expression. Young Master Wang, please allow me and my sister some time to think about it. We'll give you an answer tomorrow. Wang Meng nodded, then returned to his group. Wang Meng's goal in entering the trial this time was to avenge his brother, Wang Kuang, not to enter Kongming Academy. At the start, he'd already tested Yun Ruoyao, but she didn't seem too suspicious. Now, he wanted to test Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying. When Jin Fei had died, she'd only mentioned the three Yun sisters, but Wang Meng felt that Yi Qianying had been with them, and that she might have been involved as well. As long as she was involved in his brother's death, he wouldn't let her off the hook. Chapter 184. Brother Wang, what did you say to them just now? Pei Zhao hadn't followed Wang Meng to speak with Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying. I invited Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying to form a party with us. Wang Meng didn't hide anything, but his actions of acting first and reporting later made Pei Zhao feel very uncomfortable. In addition, Pei Zhao didn't want to get too close to Yi Qianying, so he asked, why can't we form a party? What's in it for us? These words made Wang Meng choke. There were benefits to forming a party, such as being able to work together to deal with high-rank beasts and venture into more dangerous places to obtain high-rank spiritual herbs. However, there were also many disadvantages. For example, the spoils of battle had to be split evenly, and there had to be a certain level of trust between the members of the party. Yun Ruoyao's cultivation wasn't bad. She was already a peak 5th rank blade master, but Yi Qianying's cultivation wasn't high, and she wouldn't be able to increase the party's combat prowess. More importantly, there was no trust between the two of them. Faced with Pei Zhao's question, Wang Meng was silent for a moment before he smiled in embarrassment. To tell you the truth, Brother Pei, I had a good impression of Miss Yun the moment I laid eyes on her, so I wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to her. Wang Meng's words were beyond Pei Zhao's expectations, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Although Wang Meng and Yun Ruoyao didn't have much interaction before, if they stood together, they would be a perfect match, and their statuses weren't that different. I originally only wanted to bring the eldest daughter of the Yun family, but Miss Yi, who just married the Crown Prince, has already formed a team with her, so I had no choice but to bring her, Wang Meng explained. He could tell that Pei Zhao didn't like Yi Qianying. I didn't expect you to be such a flirtatious person, Brother Wang. Pei Zhao and Wang Kuang had hung out together before, but he hadn't had much interaction with a genius like Wang Kuang. It was his father, Pei Yingxiong, who had found out that Wang Meng was going to enter Kongming Academy's trial, and had specially prepared a generous gift to ask Wang Meng to take care of him. In Pei Zhao's mind, Wang Meng had always been someone who focused solely on pill-making and didn't care much for anything else. Unexpectedly, he had developed a favorable impression of Yun Ruoyao. To be honest, I'm not a womanizer. But I do have a soft spot for Miss Yun. I hope Brother Pei can fulfill my wish. Wang Meng said politely. Wang Meng was such a genius that even Pei Zio's father had to call him brother. Now that he was addressing Pei Zio as Brother Pei, Pei Zio was naturally embarrassed to reject his request, so he nodded and agreed. Although Wang Meng's invitation hadn't been directly accepted by Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying, he was a very good judge of character. He could tell from the start that Yun Ruoyao was someone with ambitions. On the other hand, the opposing team was clearly trash. They couldn't satisfy Yun Ruoyao's ambitions. All Wang Meng had to do was wait for Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying's good news the next day. As Shui Feng stood guard, the three of them quickly fell asleep. Not long after Yun Ruoyan fell asleep, Shui Feng's voice sounded by her ear. Wake up, wake up. The monster's trying to ambush us. Shui Feng's voice was low and anxious. Yun Ruoyan immediately woke up. Following Shui Feng's gaze, Yun Ruoyan saw a few tentacles sticking out of the lake's surface. The tentacles were slowly reaching towards the place where they were sitting. It seemed like they were planning to launch a night attack. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly woke the Lin sisters up. By the time the two of them woke up, the tentacles were already right in front of them. When Lin Qingxue saw those thick, black, and sticky tentacles, she almost cried out. Yun Ruoyan quickly covered her mouth, motioning for her not to make a sound. The four of them took out their weapons and crouched in place, holding their breaths, trying their best not to make a sound. The surface of the lake was calm, and the eight-horned evil spirit's true form was nowhere to be seen. However, those tentacles seemed to have eyes of their own, and they reached toward the four of them with unerring accuracy. Chop! When the tentacles reached in front of Yun Ruoyan and the others, Yun Ruoyan shouted, "Stop!" The four of them swung their weapons at the tentacle closest to them. Yun Ruoyan chopped down with her sword, cutting off a section of the tentacle. At the same time, the other three also chopped off a section of their own tentacle. The thick tentacles were slashed, and the severed limbs writhed on the sand. At the same time, the eight-legged evil spirit let out a muffled howl due to the pain, and the surface of the water bubbled as if it was boiling. Yun Ruoyan stabbed the writhing tentacle with her sword. The eight-horned evil spirit was clearly enraged, and its remaining tentacles lashed out at Yun Ruoyan like whips. Yun Ruoyan dodged backward, and Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen immediately rushed over to help. Shui Feng, on the other hand, retreated to the back and nocked an arrow. As soon as the evil spirit's head popped out of the water, he would shoot it. However, the eight-horned evil spirit didn't reveal its head. Instead, it continued to fight Yun Ruoyan's group with its tentacles. The tentacles couldn't be killed, and they were extremely long. What Yun Ruoyan's group managed to cut off was only a drop in the ocean, and apart from causing it some pain, they didn't do much damage. What Yun Ruoyan's group didn't expect was that the eight-horned evil spirit was such a cunning beast. While Yun Ruoyan's group was discussing how to deal with it, it had overheard them underwater. As a result, it had attempted to ambush them at night. However, it was clear that Yun Ruoyan's group was far more cautious than the group in the afternoon. Not only did the eight-horned evil spirit fail in its ambush, but it was also beaten up badly by them. Because it was so cautious, it didn't reveal its head at all. In the end, it was chased by Yun Ruoyan's group and forced back into the water. Qingxue, don't chase after it. Yun Ruoyan immediately called out when she saw that Lin Qingchen was about to dive into the water. The lighting wasn't good at night, and since the eight-horned evil spirit was an underwater creature, it didn't rely on its eyes. Yun Ruoyan suspected that its tentacles had some sort of sense of smell that allowed it to determine a person's location based on their scent. As a result, it didn't even need to reveal its true form to pinpoint their exact location with its tentacles. If they chased it into the water at night, it would obstruct their line of sight, which would be very disadvantageous. As a result, Yunruoyan's group didn't chase after it. Instead, they continued to wait for daybreak. They put away their weapons and walked back from the lake. Zhuo Feng also put away his bow. Looking at the writhing tentacles on the ground, he said, "We'll have food tomorrow." "What? Eat this?" Lin Qingxue stared at the tentacles on the ground and shouted in disbelief, "I won't, not even if I starve to death." As they were new to the area, they didn't dare to enter the forest to hunt. As a result, they were still hungry. Yunruoyan was even hungrier after the fight, so she couldn't sleep. She decided to keep watch for the rest of the night. At daybreak, Zhuo Feng got up and began to clean up the tentacles. He sliced the tentacles into pieces, skewered them with a thin, sharpened stick, smeared some seasoning on it, and placed it over the fire to roast. Not long after, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "It smells so good." Lin Qingxue sat up, and before she could even open her eyes, she began to sniff the air with all her might. Lin Qingxue held a skewer in each hand, munching on it without a care for her image. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't eat it even if you starved to death?" Lin Qingchen laughed as she looked at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's expression didn't change. "Luckily, Brother Zhuo didn't let me see how you handled the tentacles, or I wouldn't have been able to eat them. Now that they've been made into food, I can at least manage to eat a little." After breakfast, they began to plan how to kill the eight-legged evil spirit. The eight-legged evil spirit was a cautious and cunning creature. After suffering the previous night, Zhuo Feng had roasted its tentacles and even brazenly cleaned and sliced them by the lake. It must have been scared out of its wits by now. "I'll go into the water to lure it out, and then Zhuo Feng will find an opportunity to shoot it down." Back in the Imperial territory, she had dared to fight the saber-toothed tiger as a 4th-rank blade master. Now that she was a 7th-rank blade master, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of the evil spirit. Given her current strength, even if she couldn't kill it on her own, she wouldn't let it threaten her safety. "Sister Ruoyan." Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue called out at the same time. Although the eight-legged evil spirit isn't a high-rank magical beast, it's underwater. No matter how good you are at swimming, you'll still need to breathe. It'll be very dangerous for you to go down like this. Lin Qingxue blurted out all of her worries in one fell swoop. Lin Qingchen and Zhuo Feng frowned and nodded, clearly worried about the same thing. "Don't worry, since I'm doing this, I'm sure I can do it." Yunruoyan smiled faintly. Her confident smile was very convincing to the other three, because no matter what happened in the Imperial territory or after they left, Yunruoyan would always be able to resolve any problems that might arise. Even if the situation seemed impossible to them, Yunruoyan seemed to be able to turn the impossible into the possible. Faced with Yunruoyan's confident smile and tone, the three of them couldn't help but believe her. "Don't worry, I'll lure it out." Yunruoyan turned and dove into the water. As soon as Yunruoyan dove into the water, she immediately placed the beast core on her neck into her mouth. With the core's effect, she was able to breathe freely. The feeling of being able to breathe underwater was truly a wondrous one. She pulled out the dagger that Liemo had given her from her trousers and placed it in her mouth, along with the core. Without the obstruction of breathing, Yunruoyan dove deeper into the water. About 10 meters down, Yunruoyan saw the eight-legged evil spirit at the bottom of the lake. Its pitch-black body was like a small mountain, and its 8 tentacles danced around its mountainous body. Chapter 185. Never in its wildest dreams did the eight-legged evil spirit expect a human to dare attack it in the water, and it was caught completely off guard. Yun Ruoyan silently circled the eight-legged evil spirit once, noticing that its 8 thick tentacles were evenly distributed around its body. Its entire body was glossy, and its flesh seemed to be very thick, not something that could be dealt with a single stab or arrow. However, even the most powerful of magical beasts had their weaknesses. Yun Ruoyan's goal right now was to find that weakness and kill it in a single blow. When Yun Ruoyan reached the top of the evil spirit's head, she finally discovered a spot on its head that was glowing red. Yun Ruoyan's eyes lit up. No wonder it didn't dare to stick its head out. Its weakest point was at the top of its head. If Yun Ruoyan's guess wasn't wrong, that red glow was the spiritual vortex where its beast core was located. Magical beasts and humans had different spiritual vortices. Humans generally had spiritual vortices located in their dantian, whereas magical beasts had different forms, so the location of their spiritual vortices was uncertain. However, once a magical beast reached a certain rank, it would form a beast core in its spiritual vortex. As long as one pierced through the spiritual vortex, they would be able to kill it. The eight-legged evil spirit didn't have a sturdy skull like terrestrial magical beasts. Instead, it was a mollusk with a soft skull, and it only had 8 frightening tentacles. Without any hesitation, Yun Ruoyan swam toward the eight-legged evil spirit's head. Her sudden movement finally alerted the eight-legged evil spirit, and it opened its large, lifeless eyes to stare at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan's movements attracted the evil spirit's attention. Although its eyesight wasn't very good, when it stared at Yun Ruoyan with its large, lifeless eyes, it still had a threatening aura. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but stop, but the eight-legged evil spirit didn't. The 8 thick tentacles around its body began to dance. Although the eight-legged evil spirit could sense Yun Ruoyan's presence, it couldn't pinpoint her exact location. All it could do was randomly wave its 8 thick tentacles around its body. Yun Ruoyan nimbly somersaulted in the water and dodged the tentacles' attacks. Without hesitation, Yun Ruoyan dodged the tentacles and swam toward the red light above the evil spirit's head. At the same time, she gripped the dark steel dagger in her hand. The currents caused by her swimming caused the eight-legged evil spirit to panic, and its 8 tentacles flailed about even more violently than before, causing the calm surface of the lake to churn violently. On the shore, Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Zhuo Yifeng all stared at the lake, their hearts filled with worry and anxiety. "Why isn't Sister Ruoyan out yet?" Lin Qingxue asked anxiously. "Will she suffocate to death if she doesn't come out to breathe for so long? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Qingchen couldn't help reprimanding Lin Qingxue. "Look at the ripples on the surface of the water. Sister Ruoyan must be fighting with the eight-legged evil spirit underwater. Yes, she should be here soon." "Everyone, be careful," Zhuo Yifeng said. Underwater, the eight-legged evil spirit had already sensed the approaching danger, and it began to wriggle its tentacles as it retreated. A tentacle swung toward Yun Ruoyan from behind, but Yun Ruoyan stepped on the tentacle with both feet and leaped toward the eight-legged evil spirit in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, she gripped the dagger with both hands and stabbed it into the red light on the eight-legged evil spirit's head. The evil spirit's head was weaker than the rest of its body, and the dagger in Yun Ruoyan's hand was exceptionally sharp. As a result, the dagger almost completely sank into the evil spirit's body. However, because the dagger was too short, Yun Ruoyan wasn't able to kill it in a single blow. The evil spirit's weak spot had been attacked, and its intense pain and anger finally caused it to swim toward the surface. Its speed was so fast that Yun Ruoyan didn't even have time to pull out the dagger and escape before she was dragged toward the surface by the evil spirit. With a loud splash, the eight-legged evil spirit's black, round, and enormous body shot out of the water. The enormous impact caused the lake water to splash toward the shore, and both Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, Zhuo Feng didn't retreat. He braved a large wave and took a step towards the lakeside. The bow in his hand was tightly held in his hand and the tiger fang arrow was knocked on the bowstring. He was ready to shoot at his target at any time. As an underwater magical beast, although it wasn't as strong as the saber-toothed tiger, its size was more than twice that of the latter. The saber-toothed tiger was already one of the larger magical beasts, and it was clear just how large the evil spirit was. The tiny Yunruoyan was dangling from its head, her hands clutching the dagger. As the evil spirit thrashed about, she was like a leaf in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Zhuo Feng had also seen the red glow on the evil spirit's head, and he was certain that that was its weak spot. However, because Yunruoyan was in the way, he didn't dare to let go of the arrow in his hand. With Zhuo Feng's archery skills, he should have been able to find an opening and shoot the arrow into the evil spirit's head without injuring Yunruoyan, but he didn't dare take the risk. Yunruoyan was also waiting for Zhuo Feng to act, but he didn't. She turned around and saw that Zhuo Feng was pointing his bow at her, but he didn't fire the arrow. Yunruoyan could guess what Zhuo Feng was worried about. Gritting her teeth, she let go of the arrow, and her tiny body fell straight into the water. At the same time, Zhuo Feng's brows furrowed. He closed his eyes, and the bowstring in his right hand suddenly loosened. With a whoosh, the tiger canine arrowhead pierced through the air, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake as it flew straight toward the red glow on the evil spirit's head. The tiger canine arrowhead accurately pierced through the red glow on the evil spirit's head, and the arrowhead buried itself in its body. Roar! An extremely unpleasant sound came from the evil spirit's mouth, and its body began to thrash about even more violently. Although the red glow on the evil spirit's head was a relatively weak spot, its flesh was so thick that Zhuo Feng's arrow actually didn't manage to penetrate its spiritual vortex. Zhuo Feng quickly pulled out another tiger canine arrowhead from his back and used all his spiritual energy. He knocked the arrow, pulled the bowstring, and released it in one go. The tiger canine arrowhead flew out once more, accurately piercing into the hole left behind by the previous arrow. This arrow pierced into the eight-legged evil spirit's body, but this one hit the tail of the previous arrow and pushed it forward. The tiger canine arrowhead finally pierced through the eight-legged evil spirit's spiritual sea where its inner core was hidden. Roar! The eight-legged evil spirit let out a final wail before falling heavily into the lake. The evil spirit's howl was so loud that it traveled all the way from the oasis that the four of them were into the surrounding oases. In an oasis to the south of the oasis that Yunruoyan was in, a group from the Qin Kingdom had just killed a group of low-rank magical beasts and obtained their cores. They were in the midst of extracting the cores when they suddenly heard the evil spirit's howl, and they couldn't help but stop what they were doing. They killed the eight-legged evil spirit. A shocked voice rang out. It was none other than Miss Li from the Mo Kingdom, who had escaped from the oasis that the group was in. They really killed the evil spirit. The young mistress from the Qin Kingdom who had escaped with Miss Li also exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Su, who did you say killed the evil spirit? A burly youth asked the young mistress from the Qin Kingdom. Zhao Su told the youth about their encounter with the evil spirit in the oasis the day before. The youth was called Zhao Ming, and he, like Zhao Su, was from the Qin Kingdom. He was quite familiar with the evil spirit. It lived in the deep sea, and it would occasionally swim to the shore to attack humans. It was extremely sly and sneaky, relying entirely on its 8 tentacles to attack humans. It would never reveal its true body, so even a cultivator with a high cultivation would find it difficult to kill it in the water. Who could have killed it? The members of the Qin Kingdom team were all filled with doubt and suspicion. To the north, in the oasis that Yun Ruoyao and Wang Meng were in, Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying had already decided to leave Rong Yuashan's group. Are you really not going to team up with us? Rong Yueshan looked coldly at Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying. Yi Qianying maintained her silence. She was currently the concubine of the Crown Prince's manor, and Rong Yueshan was the Crown Prince's cousin. According to etiquette, Rong Yueshan had to address Yi Qianying as her cousin-in-law. However, because Yi Qianying wasn't the Crown Prince's consort, and her status wasn't as high as Rong Yueshan's, Rong Yueshan didn't think much of her. On the other hand, because Yun Ruoyao's cultivation was relatively higher than Rong Yueshan's, Rong Yueshan didn't think much of her. Miss Yun. Before Yun Ruoyao could speak, Rong Yueshan spoke first. I know that the Yun family and the Rong family are at odds because of my sister's death, but that was caused by your sister, Yun Ruoyan. I've always been clear about what's right and wrong, and I won't blame you for it. Rong Yueshan's words were sincere. When Rong Yuehong was still alive, she had always been arrogant and domineering. She had never cared about her concubine sisters, so her relationship with Rong Yueshan wasn't particularly good. Rong Yuehong's death had actually caused Rong Yueshan, who had always been suppressed by Rong Yuehong, to gain Rong Tianling's favor. As a result, Rong Yueshan didn't hate the Yun family, nor did she hate Yun Ruoyan. However, Rong Yueshan had received orders from Rong Tianling to find an opportunity to kill Yun Ruoyan and avenge Rong Yuehong. As a result, she had to deal with Yun Ruoyan. This had nothing to do with her own will, but rather was a mission that she had to accomplish in order to solidify her position in the family. However, Yun Ruoyao was different. Rong Yueshan hadn't received any orders to deal with Yun Ruoyao, so she was sincerely trying to keep Yun Ruoyao with them. Miss Rong, we must work together as a team, but I don't have the same opinion as everyone else. However, Yun Ruoyao had already made up her mind. So if we force ourselves to stay, it'll only cause more discord in the future. It just so happened that young Master Wang invited us to team up with him, so we agreed. Rong Yueshan was a proud and arrogant person. Seeing that her kind words wouldn't be able to keep Yun Ruoyao, she snorted coldly. Since the two of you have a better place to go, I naturally won't stand in your way. Please. Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying glanced at each other, then turned and walked toward Wang Meng's team without another word. Just then, a pained cry from a magical beast could be heard from afar. Everyone froze. From the sound, it sounds like a high-rank magical beast. Who killed it so quickly? Wang Meng narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 186. It's dead, it's dead. On the shore, Lin Qingxue tugged on Lin Qingchen's hand and shouted, Brother Zhue, you're amazing. You killed it. Where's Sister Ruoyan? After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Qingchen began to look at the surface of the water anxiously. Ever since Yun Ruoyan had fallen into the water, she hadn't resurfaced. Sister Ruoyan, where's Sister Ruoyan? Lin Qingxue also looked anxiously at the gradually calming surface of the water. Qingxue, catch! Zhue Yifeng threw the bow in his hand and the quiver on his back to Lin Qingxue on the shore. Lin Qingxue caught the bow and arrow in her hands, then watched as Zhue Yifeng took a deep breath and dove into the lake. Zhue Yifeng dove for quite a while, but he still didn't see any sign of Yun Ruoyan. Exhausted, he had no choice but to return to the surface. Brother Zhue, did you find Sister Ruoyan? Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue asked at almost the same time. Zhue Yifeng shook his head and dove back into the water. He repeated this process several times, but he still couldn't find Yun Ruoyan, and he had expended quite a bit of his energy. Neither Lin Qingchen nor Lin Qingxue were particularly good swimmers, or they would have long since dived into the water to search for Yun Ruoyan. However, Zhue Yifeng's inability to find Yun Ruoyan's corpse meant that she was in a location that he couldn't reach. Brother Zhue, come up, Lin Qingchen said after a long pause. Lin Qingchen thought for a long time before replying, Sister Ruoyan will be fine. If I'm not mistaken, she must have gone down to retrieve the beast core. After being shot to death by Zhuo Feng, they hadn't had a chance to retrieve the beast core before it had sunk into the water. Lin Qingxue guessed that Yun Ruoyan's disappearance must have been to retrieve the beast core. Did you manage to retrieve a high-rank beast core? Just then, a woman's voice rang out from behind them, startling both Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue. All of their attention had been on the missing Yun Ruoyan, and they hadn't even noticed that someone had appeared behind them. When Zhuo Feng saw that someone had suddenly appeared, he immediately came out of the water and stood next to the Lin siblings. The three of them saw that there were quite a lot of people coming. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, and the leader was a woman in red. She was the one who had just spoken. Although the three of them weren't familiar with this woman, they remembered meeting her at the gates of the capital. She seemed to be on bad terms with Yun Ruoyan and Yun Maxiao. As Lin Qingchen looked at the red-dressed woman, she recalled that Yun Ruoyan had vaguely mentioned that her name was Rong Yueshan, and that she was the daughter of Rong Yueshan. The affair between Yun Ruoyan and Rong Yuehong wasn't a secret among the nobles of the capital. Although Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue hadn't seen it with their own eyes, nor had they asked Yun Ruoyan about it, they had heard the gist of it. I didn't expect you guys to be so powerful. You actually killed a high-grade magical beast so quickly, Rong Yueshan said as she led her team over to the three of them. Miss Rong. Lin Qingchen asked, why do you say that? When did we kill any high-rank magical beasts? There's no need to hide it. The red-lipped, white-teethed youth behind Rong Yuehong said without any trace of politeness, we all heard the cries of the magical beast. Otherwise, we wouldn't have run over here. Hurry up and take out that high-tier magical beast core for everyone to see. The youth's words were extremely direct, as if he were about to snatch it from them. Lin Qingxue, Lin Qingchen, and Zhuo Feng's hearts skipped a beat. What do you mean? Are you going to snatch it from us? Lin Qingxue questioned the youth. The youth laughed sinisterly, but didn't say anything else. However, his meaning couldn't have been more obvious. Rong Yueshan scanned the three of them, but she didn't see Yun Ruoyan. Where's Yun Ruoyan? Why don't I see her? Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Zhuo Feng didn't say a word. Rong Yueshan focused her gaze on Zhuo Feng. When she saw that he was wet and remembered that he had just come out of the water, Rong Yueshan turned her gaze to the surface of the water. Is Yun Ruoyan still in the water? Rong Yueshan wondered. That mournful wail had clearly come from a high-tier magical beast before its death, but both its corpse and Yun Ruoyan were nowhere to be seen. All that was in front of them was this pool of water, so there was only one possibility: Yun Ruoyan and the magical beast were both in this pool of water. When Zhuo Feng and the others saw Rong Yueshan's gaze on the water, they couldn't help but place their hands on their weapons. Yun Ruoyan's battle with the 8-legged evil spirit must have expended quite a bit of her energy, and she had been in the water for such a long time. If she were to emerge from the water now, she would surely be very weak. If she were to encounter someone trying to snatch it from her while she was underwater, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. Now, if anyone from Rong Yueshan's side wanted to enter the water, they would surely try their best to stop them. Rong Yueshan looked at the three people's expressions and was even more certain of her guess. She couldn't help but take another step towards the lake. The gloomy, pale-faced youth followed closely behind her. Yueshan, the pale-faced youth leaned close to Rong Yueshan's ear and called out intimately. Rong Yueshan turned to look at the pale-faced youth, who continued, "Are you suspecting that the treasure is at the bottom of the lake? There are quite a few in our party who are proficient in water-based techniques. Why don't we let them take a look?" Rong Yueshan smiled, and her gaze swept over Zhuo Feng and the others once more. The three of them were all above average in terms of cultivation, and any one of them would be quite formidable in her party. However, if they were to really fight, they would be able to take on 2 or even 3 of them. As a result, Rong Yueshan wasn't afraid of conflict. You decide whether or not to enter the water, the pale-faced youth continued. He seemed to be very obedient to Rong Yueshan. Rong Yueshan nodded. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly realized that more people were heading their way. It looks like there are quite a few people who want a share of the spoils, Rong Yueshan thought. Has the 8-legged evil spirit been killed? Where is it? Zhao Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Behind him were Zhao Su, Miss Li from the Mo Kingdom, and a small group of 7 or 8 students, all of whom were on par with Rong Yueshan's party. Zhao Ming's party was made up mostly of students from the Qin Kingdom, and they had heard of the 8-legged evil spirit since they were young. They had also heard more than once about how it had stealthily dragged away fishermen and overturned merchant ships. However, none of them had ever seen the 8-legged evil spirit in its true form, so when they heard its mournful wail before its death, they had all rushed over, eager to see its true form. As for the beast's core, they didn't have any immediate plans to do so. What, do you want a share of the spoils as well? The pale-faced youth asked directly. Zhao Ming stared blankly at the scene before him. There were clearly 2 parties in front of him, one had 7 or 8 students, while the other only had 3. That's probably the party that killed the 8-legged evil spirit, Zhao Su whispered from behind Zhao Ming. Zhao Su had seen Yun Ruoyan's party the day before. When she and Miss Li had left, Yun Ruoyan's party of 4 had stayed behind, so Zhao Su was certain that Yun Ruoyan's party had killed the evil spirit. But they're missing one person. Zhao Su didn't see Yun Ruoyan. The 8-legged evil spirit's corpse isn't here either. Both the missing person and the beast's corpse should be underwater, Zhao Ming replied. The 8-legged evil spirit would never leave the water, and its body was so large that no one would be able to bring it ashore even if it had been killed. As a result, there was only one possibility: someone had chased its corpse into the water. Since it hadn't emerged from the water, that meant that the beast's core hadn't been obtained. Didn't that mean that everyone had a chance? Zhao Ming's original intention was to see the 8-legged evil spirit's true form, but now, he had changed his mind. How could he not reach out for a treasure that was right in front of him? Zhao Ming's interest was piqued. Without any hesitation, he turned to Zhao Su and asked, "Can I borrow your fish core?" Zhao Su paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. "You want to go into the water?" Zhao Ming nodded. Zhao Su pursed her lips and took off a translucent, pale yellow bead from around her neck and handed it to Zhao Ming. Whether it was the Qin Kingdom or the Qin Yuan continent, a core that required at least 300 years of cultivation and at least a 9th-rank forge master to refine. The former was already rare enough, and the latter was even rarer. There were quite a few forge masters on the Qin Yuan continent, but those who were above 6th rank were rare. Most of them were below 5th rank. "Thank you." Zhao Ming took the fish pellet and said to Zhao Su. Zhao Su's cheeks began to blush. Although Zhao Ming and Zhao Su shared the same surname and were both from the Qin Kingdom, they came from different clans and weren't very familiar with each other. Zhao Ming had also inadvertently seen the fish pearl on Zhao Su's neck. The fish pearl could only be used when held in one's mouth. Zhao Su had lent the fish pearl she had once held in her mouth to Zhao Ming. It was no wonder that she blushed. "This core can only be used in the water for an hour," Zhao Su whispered to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming nodded and walked back to the lakeside. Rong Yueshan's team also picked out 2 students who were proficient in water-type techniques and prepared to enter the water. "Brother Zhua, what do we do now?" Lin Qingxue asked anxiously. Zhua Yifeng's bow was already in his hand, and his other hand silently reached for the quiver in Lin Qingxue's hand. The quiver had been divided into 2 parts, one for ordinary arrows, and the other for tiger canine arrows. Zhua Yifeng's hand reached for the tiger canine arrows. Ordinary arrows could kill, but they wouldn't have much of an effect. Zhuo Yifeng wanted to use the Tiger K9 arrows to intimidate these two teams. Zhuo Yifeng's hand was already on the arrow when the pale-faced youth suddenly spoke. "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 187. What do you think you're doing? The pale-faced youth shouted, but not at Zhuo Yifeng. Instead, he stood in front of Zhao Ming. The arrow in Zhuo Yifeng's hand froze. "It's none of your business what I want to do." Zhao Ming wasn't one to be easily intimidated. He was much taller than the pale-faced youth, and he looked down on him with disdain. At that moment, Rong Yuehong's team began to move. The two students who knew water techniques had already followed Rong Yueshan's gaze and walked towards the lakeside. "Get out of my way." Zhao Ming couldn't help but panic when he saw someone trying to get into the water before him. No one knew what was going on in the water, so the one who went in first would definitely have the advantage. The pale-faced youth laughed sinisterly as he stood in front of Zhao Ming. "What can you do to me if I don't move?" Zhao Ming was furious. He raised his fist and sent a gust of wind towards the pale-faced youth. The pale-faced youth was quite agile, and he dodged the attack in an instant. Zhao Ming didn't bother fighting with him, and instead took the opportunity to rush to the lakeside. Even so, Zhao Ming still fell behind the two students, who had already leapt into the water. Just as Zhao Ming leaped into the air, a streak of fire flashed before his eyes, followed by two blood-curdling screams. The two students were skewered by an arrow the moment they leapt into the water, like meatballs. They fell into the water at the same time, and their blood dyed the surface of the lake red. Zhuo Yifeng took out another Tiger K9 arrow and aimed it at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was shocked by what he had just seen. He turned his head in the direction of the arrow, and saw Zhuo Yifeng pointing the Tiger K9 arrow at him. Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately used his movement technique in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, 3 illusory figures appeared in mid-air. Each of the 3 illusory figures looked real, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Zhuo Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't tell which one was the real one, he still fired the arrow before Zhao Ming fell into the water. The Tiger K9 arrow pierced through the phantoms in the middle, and as the phantoms vanished, Zhao Ming's real body fell into the water. "Damn it!" Zhuo Yifeng and Rong Yueshan cried out at the same time. Not only had Rong Yueshan's team lost 2 members, but they had also been beaten to the punch by someone else. Naturally, the proud and arrogant Rong Yueshan could not tolerate this. She took out 3 silver darts from her waist and threw them at Zhuo Yifeng. This silver dart was slightly inferior to Zhuo Yifeng's Tiger K9 arrowhead. It was a 4th-grade spiritual artifact, so it wasn't confiscated. However, it was still quite powerful. Zhuo Yifeng shot 2 arrows, and just as he pulled out his 3rd arrow, Rong Yueshan's dart flew towards the 3 of them. Zhuo Yifeng and Lin Qingchen hurriedly retreated. The 3 of them dodged the 3 silver darts, but this gave Rong Yueshan an opening. Without hesitation, Rong Yueshan jumped into the lake. "Oh no!" Zhuo Yifeng, Lin Qingchen, and Lin Qingshue's expressions changed at the same time. Perhaps Yun Ruoyan could deal with Zhao Ming alone, but if Rong Yueshan joined the fray, she would be in grave danger. Furthermore, given Rong Yueshan's history with Yun Ruoyan, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as stealing the treasure. Zhuo Yifeng turned around and handed the bow in his hand to Lin Qingxue. "I'll go down. Take care of yourselves." Then, with his clothes still wet, Zhuo Yifeng jumped into the lake once more. When the 2 squads on the shore saw that their leaders had jumped into the water, they all rushed forward. The pale-faced youth glared at Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, as if he wanted to kill them in revenge for his teammates. "Don't move, or I'll shoot you." Lin Qingxue took Zhuo Yifeng's bow and pointed it at the pale-faced youth. The tiger canine arrowhead glinted coldly, and the fact that Zhui Feng had just killed 2 of his teammates with a single arrow struck fear in the youth's heart. On the shore, a standoff ensued. As for Yun Ruoyan, when she had fallen from the 8-legged evil spirit's body into the lake, she had stealthily hidden to one side. By the time Zhui Feng killed the 8-legged evil spirit, she was about to return to shore, but when she saw the beast's massive body sink into the water, she didn't have time to greet the others. Instead, she followed the beast's massive body into the water. With the beast core in her mouth, Yun Ruoyan could breathe underwater for up to 4 hours, so she didn't have to worry about suffocating. She chased after the 8-legged evil spirit until she finally caught up to it. Yun Ruoyan climbed onto the beast's massive body, sinking with it as she used her dark steel dagger to cut open the part of its head where the arrow had struck it. The red glow was slowly fading away, and what she needed to do now was to retrieve the beast's core from within. However, the beast core was simply too deeply hidden. Yun Ruoyan's entire arm had sunk into the evil spirit's skull, and all she could feel was her entire arm being enveloped in a warm, viscous liquid, but she couldn't touch the beast core. If they were on the shore, they could easily dismember the 8-legged evil spirit and search for its core. But they were in the water, and the evil spirit's corpse was still sinking, so Yun Ruoyan found it a little difficult to do so. Instead, she lay on top of the beast's head and sank with it, waiting for it to sink to the bottom of the lake before she could deal with it. She didn't know how long she'd been sinking, but as the sky slowly darkened, she began to have a bad premonition. How could it have sunk so deep? She hadn't stabbed the beast so deeply with her dagger before. Under normal circumstances, most people would have long since succumbed to the cold. However, Yun Ruoyan had a top-grade beast core in her mouth, and she could breathe freely even in the deep sea, so she didn't feel any discomfort. However, as her surroundings grew darker and darker, Yun Ruoyan began to feel more and more sensitive. She began to wonder if there were other sea monsters lurking in the water, and if they would suddenly emerge from the depths. Given the current situation, the wisest course of action for Yun Ruoyan would be to abandon the beast core and float to the surface, where it would be absolutely safe. It wasn't easy to kill the 8-legged evil spirit. Do I really have to give it up just like that? Even the usually decisive Yun Ruoyan began to hesitate. Just as she was struggling to make a decision, the 8-legged evil spirit finally sank to the bottom of the lake. Its massive body slammed into the bottom of the lake, stirring up a large amount of mud. Yun Ruoyan buried her head in the beast's soft, thick flesh to avoid choking. It was only after a long while that the mud finally settled back down, and Yun Ruoyan raised her head from the thick flesh of the 8-legged evil spirit. Yun Ruoyan could only see darkness all around her. Although it wasn't so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her, she couldn't see anything more than 3 steps away. With a flip of her hand, Yun Ruoyan retrieved a beast core from her pocket dimension. In her palm was the core of a small, fiery-maned hound, and it gave off a faint glow that couldn't reach very far underwater. Chiao, Chiao. Yun Ruoyan called out to Chiao Chiao in her mind. Chiao Chiao opened its eyes and asked, "Mistress, what's the matter?" "Chiao Chiao, help me find the brightest beast core in my pocket dimension," Yun Ruoyan ordered. In order to retrieve an item from her pocket dimension, she had to know exactly where that item was located. There were so many items in her pocket dimension that Yun Ruoyan wasn't as familiar with as Chiao Chiao. Yun Ruoyan tossed the beast core in her hand into the darkest corner of the room, then took out all of the beast cores she had in her pocket dimension and scattered them around the room. Although the light emitted by the fiery-maned hound's inner core was relatively weak, it was still able to vaguely illuminate the surroundings as the numbers increased. Yun Ruoyan used this blurry glow to observe her surroundings. She found that she had followed the 8-legged evil spirit to a place surrounded by stone walls. The walls were covered by a thick layer of moss and aquatic plants, making it difficult to see their original appearance. "Mistress, I found a medicinal rabbit core, Chiao Chiao suddenly exclaimed. Alright, give it to me. Yun Ruoyan turned her gaze away from her surroundings and took out the medicinal rabbit core from between Chiao Chiao's paws. Yun Ruoyan had obtained this core from the imperial territory, and it had been stored in her pocket dimension ever since. The medicinal rabbit's core was much brighter than the hound's. Now that it was in Yun Ruoyan's hand, its white glow illuminated everything in front of Yun Ruoyan. Although Yun Ruoyan had a top-grade fish core in her mouth, she didn't have to worry about breathing. However, Lin Qingchen and the others would surely be worried if she didn't go out for too long, so she didn't want to waste any more time. Using the light from the medicinal rabbit core, she immediately used her dagger to stab at the wound on the eight-legged evil spirit's head. The dagger was extremely sharp, and the eight-legged evil spirit's thick flesh was cut open by Yun Ruoyan's blade, revealing its core. It was the size of an infant's fist, and it glowed with a blinding red light. The instant the evil spirit's core was revealed, the red light illuminated the entire space around Yun Ruoyan. Mistress, something's wrong with this place. Chiao Chiao suddenly exclaimed, its voice heavy. What's wrong? Yun Ruoyan put the medicinal rabbit core back into her pocket dimension, then took the evil spirit's core in her hand. Mistress, take a look around you, Chiao Chiao continued in a serious tone. Yun Ruoyan had finally managed to obtain the evil spirit's core, and she had been quite excited about it. But now, under Chiao Chiao's influence, she couldn't help but suppress her excitement, and her expression turned even more serious. Using the bright red light from the core, Yun Ruoyan looked around once more. This time, she discovered that she wasn't just surrounded by stone walls, but by a square of about 70 feet in length and width. The evil spirit's corpse had sunk into the center of this square. Yun Ruoyan told Chiao Chiao what she had seen, and at Chiao Chiao's request, Yun Ruoyan swam from the eight-legged evil spirit's body to a stone wall. Yun Ruoyan floated in the water, holding the core in one hand and brushing away the thick moss, mud, and weeds on the stone walls with the other. Bit by bit, the stone walls began to appear before her eyes. Yun Ruoyan's eyes widened as she stared at the scene before her. Chapter 188. Yun Ruoyan had thought that the stone walls were just ordinary stone walls, but to her surprise, after she brushed away the mud and moss that had accumulated over a long period of time, uneven carvings began to appear on the stone walls. These uneven carvings gradually took the shape of a dragon. No, there wasn't just one dragon. Yun Ruoyan discovered dozens of dragons of various sizes on this single wall. Their heads were of different shapes and sizes, and their bodies were intertwined with one another, making it difficult for her to discern what they were. Both the dragon's head and the dragon's body were incredibly lifelike, as if they could come to life at any moment. When Yun Ruoyan stared at the eyes of one of the dragon's heads, the eyes seemed to move. Even the usually calm Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but be shocked. Mistress, leave this place immediately, right now. Chiao Chiao suddenly cried out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. What's the matter, Chiao Chiao? Yun Ruoyan hurriedly asked. Mistress, this is the demonic dragon grotto, and it's an extremely dangerous place. We have to leave as soon as possible. What's a demonic dragon grotto? How come I've never heard of it before? Chiao Chiao's fear was unprecedented, so despite Yun Ruoyan's suspicions, she hurriedly swam toward the surface. As she swam, Yun Ruoyan discovered that the four walls were about 100 feet tall, and they formed a large depression at the bottom of the lake. Earlier, she had followed the eight-legged evil spirit's corpse into this depression. As Yun Ruoyan slowly swam out of the depression, she began to see daylight. As she floated above the depression, she subconsciously turned around to look at the pitch-black depression beneath her feet. Yun Ruoyan suddenly had a feeling that there were countless pairs of blood-red eyes staring at her, and that something in the darkness was calling out to her. Roar! Suddenly, a deep and distant sorrowful wail came from the depths of the pit. At the same time, there were actually countless red eyes in the depths of the pitch-black darkness that were constantly flickering. What a strong aura of resentment! Chiu exclaimed. Mistress, hurry up and leave. Yun Ruoyan was startled out of her reverie by Chiu's cries. She quickly turned her gaze away and swam toward the surface of the lake, not daring to stop or look back. In the pitch-black darkness, the countless pairs of eyes were still flickering with a weak red light, and the sorrowful cries were becoming more and more desolate and resentful. On the shore of the lake, the quaint snake ring on Lin Qingchen's left ring finger suddenly became hot. Lin Qingchen, who was concentrating on the lake, couldn't help but shift her gaze to the ring. To her surprise, she discovered that the two eyes of the snake carving on the ring were flickering with a faint red light. Lin Qingchen brought her left hand closer to her eyes to take a closer look, but the red light had suddenly disappeared. In the past, Lin Qingchen would have definitely tried to figure out what was going on, but her attention was currently focused on Yun Ruoyan and Zhui Feng. As a result, she tossed this strange scene to the back of her mind and returned her gaze to the surface of the lake. As for Zhao Ming, he had already dived into the lake with the fish core in his mouth, and Zhui Feng had no way of stopping him. As for Zhao Ming, he had already dived into the lake with the fish core in his mouth, and Zhui Feng had no way of stopping him. As a result, he could only try his best to stop Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan's ability to hold her breath underwater wasn't any less than Zhui Feng's, and their cultivations weren't too far apart. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Although they weren't able to defeat each other, they were able to keep each other at bay. As Yun Ruoyan swam up from the bottom of the lake, she happened to bump into Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming had also stopped midway to look down because of the strange cries coming from the bottom of the lake, and the two of them met eye to eye. Because of the strange sensation she had felt from the pit, Yun Ruoyan had forgotten that she was still holding on to the eight-legged evil spirit's beast core, and she hadn't put it away yet. By the time she saw Zhao Ming, it was already too late. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the high-grade beast core in Yun Ruoyan's hand. Previously, he hadn't had any intentions of fighting over the beast core, but now that the treasure was right in front of him, his wildness had been ignited. The reason Kongming Academy sent its students to this secluded trial was to get the best out of the worst. Fighting and looting were all permitted, and even killing wasn't strictly forbidden. Compared to hunting magical beasts, the majority of the students who entered the trial preferred to rob and steal beasts openly and covertly. This was because not only could they increase the number of magical beast cores they obtained by robbing and stealing beasts openly and covertly, they could also deal a blow to their opponents. For example, if a student managed to obtain a high-grade beast core, there were only two ways for other students to surpass that student. One was to quickly hunt down two high-grade beasts, and in the process, the student couldn't obtain anything else. The chances of that happening were far too low. The other method, however, was much easier, to take the beast core in the student's hands for himself, and he would be able to easily surpass his opponent. Of course, the prerequisite for this method was that one had to have the ability to steal the beast core, or they would end up losing the bait. When Zhao Ming saw the eight-legged evil spirit's core in Yun Ruoyan's hand, he immediately swam toward her. Yun Ruoyan smiled coldly as she looked at the strange man swimming toward her. With no one else around, she could have summoned the Feilai blade and killed him, but when she recalled Chiu's words that she needed a life-and-death battle to break through to the peak of 7th rank, she gave up on the idea of using the Feilai blade. She put the eight-legged evil spirit's inner core into her storage bag, then pulled out her dark steel dagger and held it in front of her. Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Ming, who was swimming toward her. Zhao Ming clenched his fists and raised them toward Yun Ruoyan. Beneath the surface of the lake, the two of them couldn't speak, and they didn't need to. They could see the desire for battle in each other's eyes. Boom! Zhao Ming's fist was the first to strike Yun Ruoyan. Even in the water, his fist was still quite powerful, and Yun Ruoyan could only see 7 or 8 bubbles of various sizes surge toward her. Naturally, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't take the attack head-on. Instead, she hurriedly dodged, causing the bubbles to explode in the water with a dull thud. These bubbles didn't seem very powerful, but one of the smaller bubbles rushed into a school of fish that was swimming toward her. With a loud pop, the dozen or so fish were instantly pulverized into a bloody mist. "Mistress, this person's violent and vicious, and he doesn't hold back at all. You have to be careful," Qiu warned Yun Ruoyan. There was a certain type of person who was usually amiable and kind, even giving off the impression that he was a righteous person, but that was only toward his own people. To those who weren't on his side, he was extremely violent. Usually, he wouldn't make a move, but once he did, he wouldn't show any mercy. This type of person wouldn't kill easily, but once he did, he wouldn't show any mercy. Zhao Ming was this type of person, and he was clearly intent on killing Yun Ruoyan now. He felt that once he stole Yun Ruoyan's beast core, Zhao Ming wouldn't let the matter rest. In that case, he might as well kill him. Boom! Another dull thud. Zhao Ming immediately followed up with a second punch. This time, he had clearly raised his cultivation, and the bubbles formed a chain that flew toward Yun Ruoyan. Just as Yun Ruoyan dodged the attack, Zhao Ming followed up with a series of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The highly destructive bubbles surrounded Yun Ruoyan, drowning her in them. Only then did Zhao Ming stop his attacks, and as he did, the bubbles began to explode one by one. There was a series of explosions, as if they were about to cause sparks to fly in the water. A smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. He'd grown up by the sea, and this technique was one of his signature moves. In the sea, even an adult shark would be severely injured, and its innards would be pulverized, much less a mere human. Zhao Ming thought that Yun Ruoyan was dead for sure, and all he had to do was collect the spoils of war. However, to his surprise, Yun Ruoyan's figure remained unscathed even after the bubbles exploded. Yun Ruoyan's arms were crossed in front of her eyes. Even in the water, she stood tall and straight. Her ink-black hair had been blown up by the explosion, and it danced in the air. At this moment, Yun Ruoyan's entire body was exuding a strange, powerful aura. How is this possible? Zhao Ming stared at Yun Ruoyan's figure. There was a barrier of spiritual energy around her body. After all, only a peak 8th rank cultivator could form such a barrier, but Zhao Ming could sense that Yun Ruoyan was only a peak 7th rank cultivator. On the other hand, Zhao Ming had only just entered peak 7th rank, and the two of them were equally matched. This was why Zhao Ming had been so focused on attacking, not giving Yun Ruoyan a chance to catch her breath. He had wanted to use his fierce attacks and his sure kill technique to kill Yun Ruoyan before she could even retaliate. What Zhao Ming hadn't expected was that Yun Ruoyan would be able to form a barrier of spiritual energy around her, allowing her to avoid being injured by his attacks. In truth, Yun Ruoyan had indeed been in a perilous situation. She had wanted to rely on her own cultivation to survive the explosions, but the first one had blown up her hair and torn off her veil. Yun Ruoyan didn't dare take the risk. She immediately used the bracelet's power to raise her cultivation from 7th rank to 8th rank. Then, she used all the spiritual energy in her body to resist the explosive force of the key bomb, and a protective barrier of spiritual energy formed around her. This is impossible. Zhao Ming still couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could she have broken through the barrier while being attacked so fiercely? Chapter 189. Zhao Ming's spiritual energy exploded in the lake, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Bystanders couldn't tell what these ripples were, but the Qin Kingdom students who were with Zhao Ming could. "Look, that's the boss's killing technique, Iron Fist Chi Bullet." A chubby youth from the Qin Kingdom team exclaimed excitedly. "The boss's Iron Fist Chi Bullet is strong enough to kill a shark. Whoever's underwater, they're dead for sure, ahaha." The youth's voice was so gleeful that the rest of the Qin Kingdom students began to laugh along with him. "Sister Ruoyan's going to be fine." Lin Qingxue stared at the arrogant crowd, her heart filled with worry, anxiety, and anger. The chubby youth looked at Lin Qingxue and continued to laugh. "Your sister Ruoyan's going to die for sure, so don't think you'll get away with it, ha ha ha." Lin Qingxue had been holding her bow for such a long time that she was already on the verge of losing control. Now that she was enraged by the fat youth, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Her hand that was holding the arrow trembled, and the tiger canine arrowhead shot straight for the fat youth's body. Ah! The chubby youth hadn't expected Lin Qingxue to suddenly shoot at him, and he was caught off guard. He let out a pained scream as he fell backwards, only to be caught by a student behind him. This arrow had been a complete accident, and Lin Qingxue hadn't aimed at him at all. As a result, the tiger canine arrowhead only pierced his shoulder, not any vital organs. But even so, the pain was excruciating. The chubby youth screamed incessantly as he glared at Lin Qingxue hatefully. "I told you to spout nonsense." Lin Qingxue pretended that the arrow had been shot on purpose. This arrow was a warning. "If you spout nonsense again, I'll shoot your head with my next arrow." "Humph, I'm not spouting nonsense. Let's make a bet that your sister Ruoyan is definitely dead. Are you up for it?" The chubby youth asked Lin Qingxue as his teammates tended to his wounds. "Sure, what do you want to bet?" Lin Qingxue couldn't stand being goaded into action. "Ha ha." The fat youth sneered and said, "If your sister is killed by our leader, it means you lose. Not only are you not allowed to avenge her, but you also have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and call me son-in-law 3 times. What if I win?" Lin Qingxue asked. "If our leader can't kill your sister, I'll consider it my loss. Then I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times and call you great aunt 3 times. How's that?" The chubby young man replied. Lin Qingxue thought for a moment. "What if Sister Ruoyan kills your boss?" He. The fat teenager laughed and said, "That's something that will never happen, he. Within the lake, Shui Feng and Rong Yueshan stopped fighting at the same time when they heard the fat youth say that Yun Ruoyan would die. Both of them took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Shui Feng was worried about Yun Ruoyan's safety, but Rong Yuehong couldn't stop thinking about the high-rank beast core. If Yun Ruoyan was really dead, she would have to find something on her body to prove that she had killed Yun Ruoyan, and then claim credit from Rong Tianling. Both of them held their breaths and swam with all their might. About 20 meters down, they saw Zhao Ming's figure, as well as Yun Ruoyan, who was 7 or 8 meters away from him. Shui Feng hurriedly swam toward Yun Ruoyan. On the other hand, Rong Yueshan's eyes were sharp. When she saw the defensive barrier around Yun Ruoyan's body, she couldn't help but be shocked. Yun Ruoyan was a peak 8th rank blade master. In that case, there was no way that Rong Tianling, who had just become a 7th rank blade master, would be able to kill her. But when she entered Kongming Academy, Rong Tianling had given her a death order. She had to kill Yun Ruoyan no matter what. If she couldn't kill Yun Ruoyan on her own, then perhaps she could think of some other way. Rong Yueshan's mind raced. When Rong Yueshan's gaze landed on Zhao Ming's back, an idea suddenly popped up in her head. Rong Yueshan recalled the conflict between Zhao Ming and the handsome youth from her team, and a trace of vengeance appeared in her heart. Without any hesitation, she slowly approached Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was still in shock over Yun Ruoyan's breakthrough, and he didn't even notice that someone was behind him. Yun Ruoyan removed her hands from her eyes and saw Zhuo Feng approaching her. She gestured at him from afar, then raised her dagger and prepared to attack Zhao Ming. It was Zhao Ming's turn to attack, and Yun Ruoyan estimated that he had expended more than half of his spiritual energy. Now, it was her turn to attack. However, just as she was about to attack, she saw Rong Yuashan slowly approaching Zhao Ming's back. In Rong Yuashan's hand was a dagger about the same size and length as Yun Ruoyan's. Yun Ruoyan's intuition told her that Rong Yuashan was about to launch a sneak attack. She didn't know what Rong Yuashan was up to, but she still gestured to Zhao Ming to be careful. Zhao Ming didn't react in time to Yun Ruoyan's signal. When he turned his head back in confusion, a dagger accurately landed on his throat. Then, the sharp blade of the dagger ruthlessly cut his throat. Bright red blood instantly gushed out from the cut on his neck. Zhuo Feng's eyes widened in shock. As far as he was concerned, Rong Yuashan and Zhao Ming didn't have much of a grudge against each other, and it was rare for her to kill someone so easily, even among the beast kin. Rong Yuashan raised her dagger and sliced across Zhao Ming's throat. Zhao Ming stared at Rong Yuashan in disbelief. His mouth was wide open, and a small pellet slid out of his mouth. Rong Yuashan, on the other hand, smiled sinisterly at Yun Ruoyan. She threw away the dagger in her hand, kicked Zhao Ming's body, and swam toward the surface of the lake. By now, she was almost done holding her breath. Zhao Ming's throat and trachea had been sliced open, and even if he had a life-saving pill, he wouldn't be able to swallow it. Rong Yuashan's move was the real deal. Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Feng hurriedly followed Rong Yuashan toward the surface of the lake. As they passed by Zhao Ming, they didn't even look at him. Zhao Ming's corpse slowly sank to the bottom of the lake like a lifeless puppet. It sank right into the pitch-black recess of the cave. Just as Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Feng were about to resurface, a deep, mournful dragon roar came from the recess once more. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but turn around to look. This time, however, Yun Ruoyan broke out in a cold sweat. At some point, the darkness had turned into a sea of flames, and within the flames, numerous black dragons were writhing and struggling. The cries grew louder and louder, like needles stabbing into Yun Ruoyan's eardrums. But at the same time, the cries seemed to summon Yun Ruoyan, causing her to clutch her head in pain as she swam toward the bottom. Oh no, the demonic dragon's grotto is stained with human blood. Qiu could sense Yun Ruoyan's condition from the bracelet's pocket dimension. Mistress, wake up. Don't let this aura control you. Zhuo Feng swam in front of Yun Ruoyan. Just as they were about to resurface, he turned back to look, only to see Yun Ruoyan clutching her head in pain as she swam back toward the bottom. Zhuo Feng's breath was about to run out, but he forced himself to turn around and chase after Yun Ruoyan. Just then, Rong Yuashan broke the surface of the water. As she rushed ashore, she yelled at Zhao Ming's group, "Run! Yun Ruoyan killed your leader, and she's coming to kill you now." "What did you say?" The chubby youth stared at Rong Yuashan in disbelief. "What did you say happened to our boss?" By this time, Rong Yuashan had already been dragged ashore by the handsome youth. She pretended to be frightened and said, "Your leader tried to steal my high-rank beast core, but he was killed. Yun Ruoyan's humiliated into a rage, and I'm sure she'll slaughter every single one of you when she comes back up. You'd better run away quickly." "What do you think, fatty?" It was Lin Qingshue's turn to laugh. "I told you that your boss would die at my sister's hands, didn't I? Why don't you kowtow and call me Grandaunt 3 times? Call you Grandaunt." The chubby youth's face darkened. "I'll King kill you right here and now." The chubby youth looked plump and bloated, but unexpectedly, he pounced at Lin Qingxue with the speed of a leopard when he leapt up. Lin Qingxue shot out an arrow, but the youth nimbly dodged it in midair. Before Lin Qingxue could pull out another arrow, the youth's large body was already on top of her. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen drew her soft sword from her waist and stabbed at the youth. The youth also caught a steel sword thrown at him by one of his companions and began to fight with Lin Qingxue. Apart from Zhao Ming and Miss Li, the rest of the Qin Kingdom group attacked Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue together with the chubby youth. The Qin Kingdom group was different from Rong Yueshan's group. Almost all of Rong Yueshan's group were the spoiled heirs of the capital's aristocratic families. Although they had a decent cultivation, their fighting prowess was quite lacking. On the other hand, the Qin Kingdom's team was different. Zhao Ming had been a peak 7th rank blade master, just a hair's breadth away from 8th rank. The chubby youth was also a 6th rank blade master, slightly higher than Lin Qingchen's. The rest of the Qin Kingdom students were at least as strong as Lin Qingxue, and none of them were weak. Lin Qingchen still couldn't withstand the chubby youth's attacks. The chubby youth swung his knife at her, and Lin Qingchen blocked it with her sword, only to be knocked away. After Lin Qingxue injured 2 of her companions, her bow was grabbed by several Qin Kingdom students. "Let go," the students shouted in unison. "I'm not letting go," Lin Qingxue shouted back. Chapter 190. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. A few of the youths tried to snatch the bow from Lin Qingxue's hands, all of them wary of the bow's power. "I won't let go even if I die." Lin Qingxue gripped the bow stubbornly. This bow was given to her by Zhui Feng, and Lin Qingxue knew how important it was to him, so she wouldn't let go. "All right, then I'll kill you." One of the youths pulled out his sword and stabbed it into Lin Qingxue's arm. Lin Qingxue cried out in pain, but she still held on to the bow, refusing to let go. Blood flowed from the wound on her arm onto the bow. "Idiot, let go." Lin Qingchen panicked when she saw Lin Qingxue's situation. Her soft sword had been knocked away by the fat youth. Now, she could only fight with the fat youth with her bare hands. She was also surrounded by danger. "Let go. Keep stabbing her." The Qin Kingdom students were infuriated by Lin Qingxue's stubbornness. The sword-wielding youth stabbed Lin Qingxue's other arm, but this time, Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. In her panic, Lin Qingchen couldn't focus on the enemy, and she was finally subdued by the fat youth. The chubby young man placed the steel sword on her neck and said fiercely, "I will kill both of you to avenge our boss." "How can you be so sure that Rong Yueshan's words are true?" Lin Qingchen asked. "Perhaps your boss is still in the water. Maybe someone is purposely trying to sow discord so that the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind." The fat youth couldn't help but turn to Rong Yueshan. Rong Yueshan began, "I'm not lying to you. I saw your boss being killed by Yun Ruoyan with my own eyes." Yun Ruoyan was an 8th rank blade master, and she'd condensed a barrier of spiritual energy around her body to block his attack. Then, she'd used her dagger to slit his throat. Then, his corpse sank to the bottom of the lake. Rong Yueshan's words infuriated everyone in the Qin Kingdom's team. "I'll go down and get the boss back up," a skinny youth said as he prepared to jump into the water. "No." Rong Yueshan stopped them. "Yun Ruoyan also has a fish core, and she can breathe freely underwater. If she hasn't come out yet, it's possible that she's waiting for the 2 of you to go underwater so that she can attack you." "Then what should we do?" the chubby youth asked angrily. "Don't you have hostages with you? Take them away and wait for Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyan to come out." Rong Yueshan suggested, "I can see that they have a good relationship with each other. When the time comes, we'll have them respectfully deliver your leader's corpse to you." "No, not only the corpse," you can even ask for a high-grade inner core of a magical beast. The rest of the Qin Kingdom team agreed with Rong Yuashan's suggestion. The 7 or 8 of them decided to take Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue away first, leaving one person to deliver the message. "I'll stay," said Xiao Su, who had been silent all this while. She and Zhao Ming were both from the Qin Kingdom, but they weren't from the same family. They hadn't known each other for long, but she had a good impression of Zhao Ming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lent him her personal fish core. She was both saddened and surprised by Zhao Ming's sudden death. She could tell that Zhao Ming's cultivation was quite high, and underwater combat was his forte. Furthermore, with the help of her fish core, how could he have died so easily? As a result, Xiao Su had her suspicions. However, as an outsider to the team, it wasn't appropriate for her to voice her suspicions. She wanted to wait until the very end to see how things would turn out. "Xiao Su, you can't stay. We're not part of this team." Miss Li, who was standing beside Xiao Su, tugged at her sleeve. "It's fine, you can go with them." Xiao Su glanced at Miss Li, then at the rest of the Qin Kingdom team. "I'm not part of your team, so I'm sure Yun Ruoyan won't vent her anger on me if I stay behind to deliver the message." "Alright, then we'll have to trouble you, Miss Xiao," the chubby youth said, before leading his team away with Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen. Second brother Zhao, she still won't let go. Even after the skinny youth stabbed her twice and cut her twice, she still held onto her bow tightly. This surprised the youth quite a bit. Although Lin Qingxue's wounds weren't fatal, she was still bleeding quite a bit. Blood continued to drip from the ink-black bow, and it seemed as though she wouldn't let go even if she died. "Qingxue, are you all right?" Lin Qingchen looked at Lin Qingxue's stubborn face, her eyes filled with both pity and anger. She turned to the chubby youth. "If anything happens to my sister, none of you will get anything." "Forget it," the chubby youth said. "Let her take it, and we'll take it with us." This chubby young man who was called Second Brother Zhao was now the leader of this team. "This Yun Ruoyan has a very high cultivation, and she's very cunning. We should work together to deal with her," Rong Yuashan suggested. The chubby youth didn't know much about Yun Ruoyan, and seeing that none of Rong Yuashan's team was strong enough to pose a threat to her, he agreed to temporarily team up to deal with her. The Qin Kingdom team escorted Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen back to the oasis, and Rong Yuashan's team left with them. Miss Li didn't know what to do when she looked at Xiao Su, who insisted on staying behind. Xiao Su had her own team, but because she had gotten along well with Miss Li, she often joined her own team. As a result, she ended up getting separated from her own team and ended up staying with Miss Li's. However, Miss Li's team had been caught off guard by the 8-legged evil spirit as soon as they entered the trial, and almost all of them had been killed. Now, Miss Li was the only one left. She had wanted to find Xiao Su's team and join them, but she didn't expect such a turn of events. She wanted to leave with the rest of the team, but she didn't want to leave Xiao Su alone. "Why don't you go with them for now?" Xiao Su didn't seem to mind. "I'll go find you as soon as I get through to them, and then we'll go find my brother's team together." When Miss Li heard this, she left with the Qin Kingdom team without any qualms. Xiao Su stood by the lakeside, looking at the calm surface of the lake as she waited. In the lake, Yun Ruoyan seemed to have been summoned, and she swam toward the bottom of the lake. Zhuo Feng quickly caught up to her. As soon as he saw her expression, he could tell that something was wrong with her. By this time, Zhuo Feng was almost out of breath, and he forcefully pulled Yun Ruoyan toward the surface of the lake. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, seemed to be possessed as she swam toward the bottom of the lake. Zhuo Feng had no choice but to slap the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious, before he finally brought her to the surface of the lake. Zhuo Feng emerged from the water and gasped for air. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode. After gasping for air for a long time, when his breathing was smooth and his head was no longer dizzy, he realized that something was wrong with his surroundings. Where are they? Why are they all gone? Zhuo Yifeng looked at his surroundings. By the lakeside, which had been bustling with activity, there was only a single girl standing there, looking at him. Zhuo Yifeng felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't know her well. He didn't have time to respond to her, nor did he have time to ask what had happened. Where had everyone gone? He hurriedly carried Yun Ruoyan to the shore. When Zhao Su saw the two of them emerge from the water, she walked closer to the lakeside. Now that the two of them were on the shore, she stopped when she was a few feet away from them. She said, "I stayed behind to pass on a message for someone." Zhuo Yifeng laid Yun Ruoyan down on a flat surface, checking to see if she had choked on the water or if she was injured anywhere. "She'll be fine." Zhao Su glanced at Yun Ruoyan. "She's holding the pearl in her mouth, so she won't choke on the water." As if only just hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhuo Yifeng turned back to look at her coolly. "Who are you passing on a message for, and what message?" "I'm passing on a message for the Qin Kingdom team." According to Rong Yuashan, their leader was killed by Yun Ruoyan, so they took two of your companions with them and had Yun Ruoyan bring their leader's corpse and a bottle of beast core to them in exchange. Zhao Su paused for a moment before asking, "Did you really kill Zhao Ming?" Zhuo Yifeng replied coolly, "Yes, he's dead, but we didn't do it." "Does she look like she killed someone?" Zhuo Yifeng pointed at the unconscious Yun Ruoyan. Her hair was a mess, and half her face was covered. Because she had been submerged in the water for so long, her face was pale. The veil that Yun Ruoyan had always worn was gone, and the part of her face that wasn't covered by the veil was charred black. It looked like rotten flesh, but at the same time, it wasn't. In any case, it was an uncomfortable sight. If she didn't kill him, then who did? Zhao Su's heart sank when she heard Zhuo Yifeng say that Zhao Ming was indeed dead. It was Rong Yuashan. "I saw her do it with my own eyes," Zhuo Yifeng replied. She snuck up behind Zhao Ming when he wasn't paying attention, then slit his throat and windpipe with a dagger. "I saw it with my own eyes." Rong Yuashan. Zhao Su was shocked. Why would she kill Zhao Ming? Although they were all competitors in the trial, and it was common for them to kill each other, there was always a reason for it. Either there was a grudge, or there was a conflict of interest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed someone they didn't even know. "I don't know either," Zhuo Yifeng replied. When he saw Rong Yuashan slit Zhao Ming's throat with a dagger, he couldn't figure out why she would do such a thing. Perhaps. Zhuo Yifeng suddenly thought of something. Perhaps she killed Zhao Ming in order to frame Yun Ruoyan, and use the Qin Kingdom team to deal with us. Zhao Su sighed. "Whatever you say is possible, but it's also possible that it's all a lie. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Zhuo Yifeng didn't explain any further. He continued in a cold voice, "Go back and tell them that we'll be looking for them tomorrow. If any of our people are harmed in the slightest, we won't let it go." Chapter 191. Zhao Su left after delivering the message, leaving Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Yifeng alone in the vast oasis. Yun Ruoyan's pale complexion gradually improved, but she still hadn't woken up. Zhuo Yifeng was anxious. Although he couldn't find any injuries on Yun Ruoyan, he still took out a spiritual pill from his storage pouch and tried to feed it to her. Yun Ruoyan's brows were tightly furrowed, and her mouth was tightly shut. It wasn't easy for Zhuo Yifeng to force the pill into her mouth. Without a choice, Zhuo Yifeng could only pry Yun Ruoyan's mouth open and force the pill into her mouth. With great difficulty, Zhuo Yifeng finally managed to pry open her mouth and force the pill into her mouth. But he was worried that the pill was too large and would get stuck if he fed it while lying there. Shui Feng thought for a moment before helping Yun Ruoyan up, letting her lean against his chest. Then, he pinched her mouth and finally fed her the pill. Feeding Yun Ruoyan a pill made Shui Feng sweat profusely, and he felt even more tired than fighting. Shui Feng let out a long breath and couldn't help but look down at Yun Ruoyan, who was still leaning against his shoulder. At this moment, Yun Ruoyan's appearance wasn't at all flattering. Her long, black hair was covered in weeds and mud, and a large tuft of hair had covered half her face. She looked rather unkempt. There was also a large piece of rotten flesh peeking out from under her hair, and it seemed to be in urgent need of treatment. Shui Feng carefully placed Yun Ruoyan on the ground, then went to the lakeside to get some water. He tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and began to wipe Yun Ruoyan's face. Shui Feng removed the large tuft of hair that was stuck to Yun Ruoyan's right cheek, revealing a dark red, rotten flesh. Shui Feng frowned slightly. He thought that this was the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face. In the imperial territory, he had seen Yun Ruoyan's face oozing with pus. Moreover, Yun Ruoyan's appearance had left a deep impression on Shui Feng. The next time he met Yun Ruoyan, her appearance had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. She had become so beautiful that she didn't seem like the same person as before, especially after she covered the wounds on her face with a veil. After seeing the latter so many times, Shui Feng had almost forgotten about the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face. But what Shui Feng hadn't expected was that the wound on Yun Ruoyan's face would be so severe. Why hasn't it healed after so long? Shui Feng was a little surprised. Don't the Lin and Yun families have any medicine for their faces? As Shui Feng tended to the wounds on Yun Ruoyan's face, something even more shocking happened. The rotten flesh on Yun Ruoyan's face didn't actually grow on her face. As Shui Feng wiped it away, the rotten flesh on her face was wiped away, revealing her pure white skin. Shui Feng's eyes widened as he wiped Yun Ruoyan's face, bit by bit, as she revealed her true appearance. His white and flawless cheeks had a tinge of redness in his paleness. His long eyebrows were slightly furrowed and his eyes were tightly shut. His eyelashes were trembling as if he was having a bad dream. Her tightly pursed red lips still had traces of his earlier pinching. Shui Feng's heart suddenly thumped wildly when he saw the faint finger marks on Yun Ruoyan's lips. He hurriedly looked away. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyan let out a soft moan. She slowly opened her eyes, finally waking up from her coma. "You're awake?" Shui Feng hurriedly asked. Yun Ruoyan tried to push herself up, but the back of her neck felt incredibly sore. She frowned deeply. "What happened to me?" Shui Feng reached out to pull her up, then told her about how she had suddenly lost control of herself underwater. "Your neck must be hurting," Shui Feng said apologetically. "I might have been a little too harsh. Where are Qingchen and Qingxue?" Only then did Yun Ruoyan realize that two important people were missing from her side. They were captured. Shui Feng frowned. Rong Yuashan framed you for Zhao Ming's murder, so the Qin Kingdom team captured Qingxue and Qingchen to deal with you. Is Zhao Ming the man whose neck Rong Yuashan slit? Yun Ruoyan asked. Yun Ruoyan had been underwater the entire time, so she didn't know what had happened on the shore. Of course, she didn't know that two groups of people had come looking for trouble while she was underwater. Shui Feng roughly explained what had happened on the shore to Yun Ruoyan. No wonder Rong Yuashan killed Zhao Ming without any warning. Yun Ruoyan suddenly understood. So she was trying to frame me, then used the Qin Kingdom team's hatred for me to deal with me. Shui Feng wasn't too clear about Yun Ruoyan's history with the Rong family, and he was rather curious as to why Rong Yuashan would go to such lengths to deal with Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan briefly explained her history to Shui Feng. After some discussion, the two of them decided to follow Rong Yuashan's orders and rescue Qingchen and Qingxue first. I'll go get that Zhao Ming right now. Yun Ruoyan stood up, preparing to dive back into the water. Don't go. Zhuo Yifeng hurriedly stopped her. There's something strange about the water. I heard some sort of sound coming from it. You heard it too? Yun Ruoyan hurriedly asked. In that case, did you see the illusion of a fire dragon underwater? Yes. No. Zhuo Yifeng nodded, then shook his head. I only heard the sound, not the illusion. However, the sound didn't affect me, but it seemed to affect you. You can't go, so I'll go. Yun Ruoyan felt a little apprehensive as she recalled the feeling of being summoned by the sound, as if some mysterious, frightening force was approaching her. Zhuo Yifeng stood up. Yun Ruoyan didn't stop him, and he began walking toward the lake. Wait a moment, Yun Ruoyan called out from behind him. That place is very deep, and you won't be able to reach it just by holding your breath. Yun Ruoyan stood up and walked to Zhuo Yifeng's side. She took off the pellet from her neck and handed it to him. This is the pellet of a fish monster. If you hold it in your mouth, you'll be able to breathe underwater for 1 to 4 hours. Once you find Zhao Ming's body, come back up immediately. Zhuo Yifeng looked at the translucent pellet in his palm, and the image of Yun Ruoyan holding it in her mouth appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but blush. All right, got it. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Yun Ruoyan. He turned around and walked toward the lake, diving into the water and disappearing. Yun Ruoyan stood by the shore and looked at the lake, the image of the black dragon being roasted in the fire repeatedly appearing in her mind. Because she was preoccupied, Yun Ruoyan didn't notice Zhuo Yifeng's unusual behavior. She stood quietly by the lake for a long time, only reacting when her stomach growled in protest. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to go hunting, so she decided to roast some fish nearby. She walked to the edge of the lake and bent down to look at the water. A flawless face was reflected on the lake's surface. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but touch the right side of her face. The smooth texture told her that she hadn't seen wrongly, and that the birthmark on her face had indeed fallen off. No wonder Zhuo Yifeng had been looking at her so strangely, Yun Ruoyan thought. The fake birthmark on her face was actually waterproof to a certain extent, but she had truly been soaking in the water for too long, more than 6 hours in total. Even a piece of metal would become rusty after soaking for so long, let alone a few ordinary herbs. Forget it, I've seen it. Luckily, Zhuo Yifeng's one of us. After a brief moment of frustration, Yun Ruoyan let go of the matter. Zhuo Yifeng dove into the lake, following the direction in which he remembered Zhao Ming sinking. Very quickly, he found the 8-legged evil spirit's corpse at the bottom of the lake. Coincidentally, Zhao Ming's corpse had sunk right on top of its body. Zhuo Yifeng didn't waste a single second. He quickly swam up with Zhao Ming's corpse. When he reached the surface of the water, he gasped for breath for a long time. Only when his breathing had stabilized did he swim back to the shore. Once he was ashore, he placed Zhao Ming in a dry spot, then took out the pearl that Yun Ruoyan had given him and held it in his hand. You're so fast. Yun Ruoyan's voice came from afar. Zhuo Yifeng turned and walked toward her. Yun Ruoyan took the pearl from Zhuo Yifeng and hung it around her neck. I've already caught 2 fish and prepared them. I'm waiting for you to roast them. Zhuo Yifeng had to be very tired from repeatedly diving into the water, and Yun Ruoyan felt a little embarrassed to see him so busy preparing food. But Yun Ruoyan didn't know a single thing about cooking, and she couldn't even tell if a fish was cooked or raw, so she could only rely on Zhuo Yifeng. Here. Zhuo Yifeng handed a relatively large fish to Yun Ruoyan, and she accepted it without hesitation. Only when her stomach felt full did she slow down. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Zhuai Feng, who was busy roasting the fish, and said, "I didn't mean to hide it from you." Zhuai Feng paused, not looking at Yun Ruoyan. "It's fine." From Zhuai Feng's expression, Yun Ruoyan knew that he had a grudge against her. Back in the imperial territory, Zhuai Feng had told her about his beastkin identity as soon as they'd met. It was clear that he trusted her deeply. After that, Zhuai Feng had risked his life to save her several times, and Yun Ruoyan had already come to see him as a trustworthy partner. Zhuai Feng treated her the same way, so she could understand if Zhuai Feng were to blame her for hiding her true appearance. "You might not be familiar with my family situation," Yun Ruoyan explained. "If I were to reveal my true appearance, my father would likely use me as a pawn, and I might even be married off to a member of the imperial family. It's really fine." This time, Zhuai Feng turned to look at Yun Ruoyan seriously. "I can understand. Your appearance is simply too beautiful." Zhuai Feng held himself back for a long time, but he still couldn't describe Yun Ruoyan's beauty. "Huh, is that so?" Yun Ruoyan smiled bitterly. "I've been used to being ugly since I was young, so I don't really care about my appearance anymore." At this moment, a burnt smell filled the air. "Aya, your fish is burnt." Yun Ruoyan pointed at the fish Zhuai Feng was roasting. Chapter 192. After eating, the two of them discussed how they would rescue Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen the next day, then went to bed. The night passed uneventfully, and soon, it was the second day. The two of them woke up at dawn, but they were not in a hurry to set off. Rong Yueshan and the Qin Kingdom must have thought of many ways to deal with Yun Ruoyan over the course of the night, and they were just waiting for the two of them to walk right into their trap. As long as Yun Ruoyan didn't appear, Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue wouldn't be in any danger. If they were to rush over recklessly and Yun Ruoyan was captured, Rong Yueshan would likely kill everyone present, and Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue would be in even greater danger. As a result, the two of them had to be fully prepared before they set off. Zhuai Feng found some soft, sturdy twigs in the forest and made a bow for himself, as well as a few wooden arrows. "Here, take this." Yun Ruoyan took out 2 items from her storage pouch and handed them to Zhuai Feng. When Zhuai Feng looked up, he saw 2 tiger canine arrowheads. "You actually have 2 arrows. Where did you get them?" "I dug them out from the 8-legged evil spirit's body while I was looking for its beast core," Yun Ruoyan replied. It took Zhuai Feng 2 arrows to kill the 8-legged evil spirit. Because its skin was too thick, the 2 arrows didn't penetrate its body. Instead, they stayed inside. Yun Ruoyan happened to have dug them out when she was digging for the beast core. Because the arrows weren't easy to carry, she used her dark steel dagger to pry them out of the body. Zhuai Feng took the 2 tiger canine arrowheads and attached them to the wooden arrows. Now, he had another secret weapon. Yun Ruoyan felt that it wasn't enough, so she continued searching through the forest. Finally, with Qiuqiu's help, she found a powerful weapon. Just like that, the two of them dragged their feet until evening. Only then did they pick up Zhao Ming's corpse and set off according to the route Zhao Su had given them. Roar! As the two of them walked, they suddenly heard the angry roar of a magical beast in the distance. They couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Someone's hunting a high-rank beast, and from the sound, it seems to be close to the peak of high rank, Zhuai Feng said. Yun Ruoyan looked in the direction of the voice, her expression serious. She only had a high-rank beast core in her hands. The time limit for the trial was only 3 days. Not counting the day he came, there were still 2 days left. Apart from these 3 teams, there were still 80 to 90 students. Those students were definitely not idling around either. They were all hunting magical beasts and collecting spiritual herbs. Yun Ruoyan was a little worried that she wouldn't be able to get a spot if things continued like this. In reality, the Qin Kingdom team and Rong Yueshan's team hadn't been idling around either. Apart from leaving behind a few people to watch over Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen, the rest of them had gone hunting. The oasis they were in was also very big, and there were all kinds of magical beasts of lower and middle grades. Within a day, the two teams had a good harvest. However, their gains paled in comparison to the high-rank beast cores in Yun Ruoyan's possession. The roar of a peak high-grade magical beast came from another oasis in the northernmost part of the oasis. Although it wasn't the largest oasis on the map, it was the deepest and most secluded of all, and the beasts there were of the highest rank. At this moment, in the hinterland of the oasis, a giant demon rock monkey that was as tall as two grown men was howling at the sky. It grabbed a tree trunk with one hand and whipped at the three people who were attacking it. Wang Meng, Yun Ruoyao, and Pei Zio stood in three different directions, dodging the giant rock monkey's attacks as they approached it. Yi Qianying's cultivation was relatively low, and she watched the battle from afar. However, she had a trump card up her sleeve. Hidden within her clothes was a new concoction that she had concocted. However, the ingredients for this concoction were so difficult to obtain that she had only managed to concoct a small amount. Although it wasn't much, if used on a human, it could easily knock out 20 to 30 people at once. If it was used on magical beasts, it wouldn't be a problem to stun a dozen low-rank magical beasts at once, and it could stun no less than 5 mid-rank magical beasts. However, it could only stun one high-rank magical beast, and it had to be used within a short distance. As a result, Yi Qianying wouldn't use this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. Wang Meng's cultivation was clearly the highest among them. He was the first to arrive in front of the rock monkey, leaping onto its shoulder with the help of a nearby tree. Although the rock monkey had the word monkey in its name, its movements weren't nimble. On the contrary, due to its enormous size, it seemed a little clumsy. It wasn't particularly intelligent, and the only reason it was called a monkey was because of its resemblance. Logically speaking, it should have been very difficult for a rock monkey to cultivate to become a high-rank beast. However, judging from its roar and strength, not only had it cultivated to become a high-rank beast, it had even reached the pinnacle of its kind. There could only be one reason for this: it had unintentionally eaten some extremely precious treasure, causing its cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. Wang Meng stood on the rock monkey's shoulder, while Pei Zio and Yun Ruoyao continued to attack it from the ground to distract it. Wang Meng took advantage of the distraction of the giant rock monkey to raise his fine steel sword and stab at its head. The group had already determined that the rock monkey's weak point was its head, and Wang Meng's sword would definitely kill it in a single blow. Splat! Just as the group expected, Wang Meng's steel sword sank into the monkey's head, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Wang Meng kicked off the monkey's shoulder with both feet, causing his body to soar into the air, avoiding the spurt of blood. He landed steadily on the ground, his posture elegant and confident. "Brother Wang, well done!" Pei Zio shouted excitedly from the ground. Over the course of the day, the four of them had reaped a bountiful harvest. They had already obtained 3 mid-rank beast cores, and now they had obtained a peak high-rank beast core. At this rate, the four of them would surely be able to secure a spot. "Miss Yun, Brother Wang is truly a dragon among men." Pei Zio looked at Yun Ruoyao. Yun Ruoyao was naturally very happy to have such a large harvest. She nodded and praised, "Young Master Wang is truly impressive." "Like a good match," Pei Zio added. Yun Ruoyao could sense something strange in his tone. For some reason, Pei Zio had been looking at her and Wang Meng with such a suggestive gaze these past few days, making Yun Ruoyao very uncomfortable. Yun Ruoyao wasn't an immature girl. Although she was a little confused at first or second time, she was able to discern the underlying meaning behind Pei Zio's words. But Pei Zio's words were very obvious, and his choice of words was also very vague. Yun Ruoyao couldn't find any fault with them, and she couldn't say anything. Looking at Pei Zio's suggestive gaze, Yun Ruoyao felt a little depressed. How could someone like her, who had nothing to do with Wang Meng, have caused Pei Zio to have such strange thoughts? It was true that people tended to think whatever they liked, and no one could stop them. The four of them took out the giant rock monkey's core. It was a spherical, golden beast core slightly larger than an infant's fist. It was filled with spiritual energy, and it glowed with a beautiful light. The four of them stared at the beast core intently, unwilling to look away. Such a precious treasure was something that an ordinary person might not even see once in their lifetime. Here, keep it. To everyone's surprise, Wang Meng handed such an incomparably precious treasure to Yun Ruoyao. Yun Ruoyao was first stunned, then overjoyed. Even if she couldn't keep such a treasure forever, having it temporarily was still a form of satisfaction. Although Yun Ruoyao was a little uncomfortable with Wang Meng's attentiveness, she couldn't help but accept it. "Brother Wang, where are we going next?" This high-rank beast core was undoubtedly useful in buying Yun Ruoyao's heart, and she immediately changed her address from young Master Wang to Brother Wang. "Aren't you curious as to how such a stupid fellow could cultivate to become a high-rank beast?" Wang Meng asked. "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" Pei Zio asked. "What I mean is that this giant rock monkey must have eaten some sort of spiritual herb or fruit that can aid its cultivation. That's why it was able to cultivate to such a level." Wang Meng revealed his guess, then continued, "And this spiritual herb and fruit are in this oasis. Perhaps they're nearby." Wang Meng's words excited the other three youths. Spiritual herbs and fruits that could boost one's cultivation were definitely something that could only be found by chance. "Then let's hurry up and look for them," all three of them exclaimed in unison. "It's already dusk. To save time, let's split up and meet back here at nightfall. What do you think?" Wang Meng suggested. "All right, I'll team up with the concubine, and Brother Wang will team up with Miss Yun," Pei Zio said. Yi Qianying was taken aback by Pei Zio's words. Logically speaking, Pei Zio hated her to the core, so why would he volunteer to team up with her? Could it be that he believed her claim that Yun Ruoyan had harmed her? Yi Qianying still held on to a sliver of hope as she accepted Pei Zio's invitation. Naturally, Yun Ruoyao had no reason to object. After all, Wang Meng was very strong, and teaming up with him was exactly what Yun Ruoyao wanted. The four of them split up into two groups. Pei Zio walked in front, but he didn't say a word, completely ignoring Yi Qianying. "Brother Zio, Yi Qianying couldn't help but speak up first. "Please call me young Master Pei, or by my name, concubine," Pei Zio replied coldly. Yi Qianying's face turned red, and a wave of embarrassment and anger surged from her chest. "All right, Pei Zio, if you hate me so much, why did you volunteer to team up with me?" Yi Qianying asked, suppressing her anger. Pei Zio didn't even turn his head. "You're used to reading people's faces, so why didn't you see that Wang Meng likes Yun Ruoyao this time?" "I just wanted to help her." "What?" Yi Qianying was confused. "Young Master Wang likes Sister Ruoyao." Chapter 193. Why not? Pei Zio stopped and turned to look at Yi Qianying strangely. "Because young Master Wang doesn't seem to like Sister Ruoyao at all." Yi Qianying replied confidently. "If you really like someone, no matter how hard you try to hide it, you'll be able to tell from their expression, tone, and even their actions. But young Master Wang doesn't seem to like Sister Ruoyao at all." Just as Pei Zio had said, Yi Qianying was a very observant person. In the past day or so, she had carefully observed Wang Meng's every move and action. His words and actions didn't make Yi Qianying feel that he liked Yun Ruoyao at all. On the contrary, the way Wang Meng looked at Yun Ruoyao made Yi Qianying feel a little strange, as if he were probing and suspicious, but it wasn't obvious. Yi Qianying wasn't sure exactly what kind of feeling it was, but she was sure that it wasn't love. Pei Zio retorted impatiently, Brother Wang gave Yun Ruoyao the high-rank beast core for safekeeping. If that's not love, then what is? Yi Qianying shook her head disapprovingly. Didn't young Master Wang give Sister Ruoyao the giant rock monkey's core because he wanted to dispel her wariness? Although Yun Ruoyao had teamed up with Wang Meng, she had always been wary of the two of them. After all, it wasn't impossible for them to get rid of their teammates and take the spoils for themselves. After all, they weren't familiar with Wang Meng. As a result, Yi Qianying could tell that Wang Meng's actions were only to lower Yun Ruoyao's wariness. Moreover, Yi Qianying could tell that Wang Meng's actions had some effect on Yun Ruoyao. Yun Ruoyao had clearly lowered her wariness of Wang Meng, or she wouldn't have agreed to teaming up with him. Woman, you're quite a scheming woman. Pei Zio sneered. If you insist on twisting someone else's feelings, there's nothing I can do about it. Pei Zio glanced at Yi Qianying coolly. Brother Wang told me himself that he likes Yun Ruoyao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on his team to team up with two girls of low cultivation. Pei Zio's tone carried a hint of disdain for Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying. As soon as Pei Zio said this, Yi Qianying was astonished. Wang Meng had actually said that he liked Yun Ruoyao. Could it be that she was mistaken? No. A woman's intuition told Yi Qianying that she was not mistaken. If you liked someone, you would never look at them with a suspicious or tentative gaze. In that case, why would Wang Meng give up his seemingly strong team and team up with two unrelated girls? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Yi Qianying's mind that made her break out in cold sweat. Could it be that Wang Meng already knew the truth behind his brother's death? When Pei Zio saw that Yi Qianying had suddenly stopped in her tracks, he frowned and asked impatiently, "What's wrong now?" Yi Qianying looked up at Pei Zio and asked, "Did Wang Meng ask you about Wang Kuang?" Yi Qianying's sudden question left Pei Zio dumbfounded. "No," he answered honestly. "Don't you think that's unusual?" Yi Qianying continued. "Wang Meng is Wang Kuang's brother, and Wang Kuang died in the imperial territory. We've all participated in the imperial expedition, but Wang Meng has never asked us about Wang Kuang. Don't you think it's strange?" At first, Pei Zio had felt a little guilty toward Wang Meng because of Wang Kuang's death, but after seeing Yun Ruoyan's attitude toward Wang Meng, he was relieved. If Yun Ruoyan, who had personally killed Wang Kuang, could remain so calm in front of Wang Meng, what did he have to be nervous about? Furthermore, Pei Xiong had bribed Wang Meng in various ways over the past few days, and he had become very close to the Pei family. As a result, Pei Zio didn't take it to heart that Wang Meng hadn't asked him about Wang Kuang. Moreover, Pei Zio had heard from Wang Kuang that Wang Meng was obsessed with pill making, and that he wasn't very close to his siblings in the family. Perhaps the two brothers didn't share a good relationship. I don't think there's anything strange about it. Pei Zio paused, not really taking Yi Qianying's words to heart. Besides, neither you nor I killed Wang Kuang, so there's no need for us to feel guilty. Seeing that her words hadn't caught Pei Zio's attention, Yi Qianying had no choice but to follow behind him with a heavy heart. According to Wang Meng, they could sense spiritual herbs with particularly high concentrations of spiritual energy. Both of them released their mental energy and carefully sensed for spiritual energy in their surroundings. On another small path, Wang Meng and Yun Ruoyao were walking side by side. Yun Ruoyao was also releasing her mental energy to sense her surroundings. Miss Yun. Wang Meng suddenly turned to Yun Ruoyao. Startled, Yun Ruoyao also turned to look at Wang Meng. Wang Meng's long, narrow eyes were looking at her with an inexplicable smile. When Yun Ruoyao met Wang Meng's gaze, her heart skipped a beat. For some reason, Yun Ruoyao was a little afraid of Wang Meng, especially when she accidentally met his gaze. She was so flustered that she didn't dare to meet his gaze. "Young Master Wang, what's the matter?" Yun Ruoyao asked before turning her gaze away. Yun Ruoyao's uneasiness in front of Wang Meng was a stark contrast to Yun Ruoyan's indifference, which made Wang Meng even more certain that Yun Ruoyao was feeling guilty. "Miss Yun, why do I feel like you're a little afraid of me?" Wang Meng's smile turned a little sinister, but Yun Ruoyao had already turned her eyes away and didn't see his malicious smile. How could that be? Wang Meng's straightforwardness left Yun Ruoyao at a loss. She was indeed a little afraid of him, but she couldn't explain why. Yun Ruoyao smiled awkwardly. "Young Master Wang, you sure know how to joke. Why would I be afraid of you?" Yun Ruoyao naturally knew that Wang Kuang was Wang Meng's younger brother. At the start, she had indeed been a little worried that Wang Meng would ask her about Wang Kuang, and she had already prepared a response. She had even considered exposing Yun Ruoyan as Wang Kuang's murderer in order to get rid of Yun Ruoyan. However, that was only a thought, and she couldn't put it into action. Once Wang Meng found out that Yun Ruoyan was Wang Kuang's murderer, Yun Ruoyan would naturally suffer from Wang Meng's vengeance. At the same time, however, the Yun family would become enemies with the Yu Kingdom's Wang family, and even the Wang family's business alliance. And if Jin Fei's death were to be dragged into the matter, it would be even more troublesome. After all, back in the imperial territory, she and Pei Zio had worked together to kill Jin Fei and her companion. As a result, she could only keep this matter to herself, unable to reveal it to anyone. Fortunately, Wang Meng had never asked them about Wang Kuang. In fact, he had never even mentioned Wang Kuang in front of them. Sometimes, Yun Ruoyao even forgot that Wang Meng was Wang Kuang's brother. As a result, her fear of Wang Meng wasn't because of Wang Kuang's death, but rather because Wang Meng's aura was so strong that it suppressed Yun Ruoyao. There were some people in this world who could inexplicably frighten you, and Wang Meng was precisely that type of person to Yun Ruoyao. "Then why don't you dare look me in the eye?" Wang Meng asked again. "I." Yun Ruoyao was even more flustered, not knowing how to respond. "Is it because you're guilty?" Wang Meng pressed her even harder. Perhaps because Wang Meng was pressing her too hard, Yun Ruoyao suddenly felt a wave of anger rise in her heart. She finally turned around and looked at Wang Meng. "Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that? What do I have to be guilty of?" Wang Meng didn't speak. Instead, he stared unblinkingly at Yun Ruoyao with his long, narrow eyes. After a long while, Wang Meng finally said slowly, "Miss Yun, please don't be angry. I was just joking." Under his stare, Yun Ruoyao's anger mysteriously dissipated, and she once again became somewhat at a loss. "Young Master Wang, it's best not to joke like this." Yun Ruoyao averted her gaze. "It's almost evening, so let's hurry up and search. We still have to meet up with young Master Pei and Qianying in a bit." Yun Ruoyao walked in front, and Wang Meng once again revealed a sinister smile behind her. When Jin Fei had died, she had only left Wang Meng with the words, "Yun Ruoyu," which meant that Wang Kuang's murderer could only be one of the three. Before entering Kongming Academy, Wang Meng had done a general investigation on the three of them, and the first person he'd ruled out was Yun Ruoyu. Yun Ruoyu's cultivation wasn't high, and she wasn't a shrewd person, so it was almost impossible for her to have killed Wang Meng. According to Wang Meng's investigations, Yun Ruoyan had been called a useless daughter of the capital for a very long time. Her cultivation had only suddenly increased before entering the imperial territory, but she was still only a 4th-rank blade master, far from Wang Kuang's 6th rank. As a 5th-rank blade master, Yun Ruoyao was undoubtedly the most likely culprit. On the way back, Wang Meng tested Yun Ruoyan's reaction, but she appeared extremely calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Wang Meng felt that, given Yun Ruoyan's age, she definitely wouldn't have been so calm if she had really killed Wang Kuang. As a result, although Wang Meng didn't completely rule out Yun Ruoyan, he minimized her suspicion. Over the past 2 days, Wang Meng had discovered that Yun Ruoyao's cultivation had already reached the peak of 6th rank, and she seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to 7th rank. Wang Meng couldn't help but be a little surprised by Yun Ruoyao's rapid progress, and he even began to suspect that his subordinates' investigations might have been wrong. According to Wang Meng's investigations, Yun Ruoyao had only been a 5th-rank blade master when she entered the imperial territory, but in a short month, she had already reached the peak of 6th rank. Wang Meng couldn't help but suspect that his investigations might have been wrong. Perhaps, by the time she entered the imperial territory, Yun Ruoyao had already been a 6th-rank blade master. If that were the case, Yun Ruoyao, as a 6th-rank blade master, might have been able to defeat Wang Kuang, who was a peak 6th-rank blade master. Moreover, Wang Meng had discovered that Yun Ruoyao was a greedy and cautious person. Although they'd been fighting alongside each other for the past day, Wang Meng could still sense that Yun Ruoyao was wary of him and that she was wary of him. There had to be a reason for this, and Wang Meng couldn't think of a second reason other than that she was Wang Kuang's murderer. At this point, Wang Meng was almost certain that Yun Ruoyao was his murderer. Chapter 194. Yun Ruoyan and Zhui Feng carried Zhao Ming's corpse out of the oasis, following the route that Zhao Su had pointed out on the map, all the way west toward a relatively large oasis. After walking for about an hour, the sky began to darken. As they walked, Yun Ruoyan suddenly sensed the presence of 2 humans in front of her, and she stopped in her tracks. Zhui Feng also stopped. Clearly, he had also sensed the presence of these 2 auras. Perhaps they're sentries, Zhui Feng speculated. When Yun Ruoyan turned around, she couldn't help but look behind Zhui Feng. Behind him was a simple wooden stretcher, upon which Zhao Ming's corpse was strapped. The weather here was extremely hot, but at night, the temperature plummeted, and there was very little moisture in the air. In this strange climate, not only did Zhao Ming's corpse not stink, it even seemed to be drying up. Yun Ruoyan didn't doubt that Zhao Ming's originally muscular body would turn into a dried husk in a few days if he was left exposed to the elements. I'm sure they've been waiting for us for quite some time. Yun Ruoyan turned her gaze from Zhui Feng's back to the front. Both Yun Ruoyan and Zhui Feng's cultivation wasn't low, but they had the advantage in numbers, and the Lin sisters were still being held hostage. As a result, they didn't intend to face them head-on. The 2 of them concealed their auras and crept toward the source of the auras. Damn it, we've been waiting for an entire day. Why isn't anyone here yet? A youth dressed in brown robes peered into the distance impatiently. Because of the hot weather, his sleeves and trousers were all rolled up. We have the advantage in numbers. That Yun Ruoyan must have abandoned her sisters in fear. The other, slightly plump youth took off his outer shirt, revealing his chubby white arms. Yun Ruoyan recognized both of them as the spoiled brats of Rong Yuashan's group. If that's the case, we'll have a huge advantage, heh heh. The youth in brown robes cackled. What kind of benefits can we get? The shirtless youth asked doubtfully. Ha ha. The youth in brown robes cackled again. Brotherly said that after this matter is over, we can deal with the 2 young ladies of the Lin family. Those 2 girls from the Lin family have always had their eyes on the top of their heads. They have never placed us, the disciples of the imperial city, in their eyes. This time, we must let them know how powerful the men in the imperial city are. Heh heh heh, when the time comes, us two brothers will each have a taste of something new. After we're done, we'll give it to someone else, heh heh heh. The youth's face was so lustful that Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but want to stab him to death on the spot. The brotherly that the youth was referring to was the handsome youth in white who always followed behind Rong Yuoshan. In Yun Ruoyan's heart, he had already been sentenced to death. A sharp killing intent flashed through Yun Ruoyan's eyes. She pointed at the black-robed youth, then made a throat-slitting gesture at Zhuo Feng. Before Zhuo Feng could react, Yun Ruoyan had dashed out of her hiding place. Yun Ruoyan's body was very agile, and she had infused spiritual energy into her legs. Every step she took seemed to glide through the air, and in 2 steps, she appeared in front of the 2 youths. The 2 youths were still chatting and laughing without noticing anything. Suddenly, they felt a powerful aura strangely appear in front of them. Both of them subconsciously turned to look at Yun Ruoyan, and before they could change their smiles, their eyes widened in shock. That exaggerated smile, coupled with a pair of shocked eyes, made for a rather strange expression. Yun Ruoyan's lips curled up in a cold smile. Just as the 2 youths were about to cry out in shock, the dark steel dagger in her hand drew an arc in the air and slashed across the black-robed youth's neck. Blood sprayed out from his throat like a mist, splashing all over the head, face, and body of the bare-chested youth. The black-robed youth's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was still open. His body collapsed on the yellow sand behind him, as if he hadn't even realized what had happened. Because the birthmark on her face was gone, Yun Ruoyan had found some herbs in the forest, ground them into a paste, and made a fake birthmark on the right side of her face. At the moment, half of Yun Ruoyan's face was beautiful, while the other half was covered by a black substance. The half-naked youth looked at Yun Ruoyan as if he had seen a ghost. Yun Ruoyan stared at him coldly, then took a step forward. The youth was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. "Lead the way, or we'll kill you right now," Yun Ruoyan said coldly. The chubby youth was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. All he could do was nod his head repeatedly. Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Feng followed the chubby youth into the oasis. By a small lake in the middle of the oasis, Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue were tied to 2 trees. Their mouths were bound with strips of cloth, and their hands and feet were tied up tightly. Their hair was disheveled, and there were some small injuries on their faces and bodies. Although they didn't look serious, they were still quite pitiful. Yun Ruoyan didn't need to ask to guess that the 2 of them must have tried to escape, only to be caught and punished. Yun Ruoyan's heart ached for her 2 sisters, and seeing them injured made her heart ache as well. She wanted nothing more than to rush in front of them and save them. Damn it, these bastards even beat women. Zhuo Feng was also infuriated, and he quickened his pace. Wait a moment. Yun Ruoyan suddenly lowered her voice and stopped in her tracks. Yun Ruoyan's dagger was pressed against the youth's neck, and when she stopped, so did he. Why are there only 2 guards? Where are the others? Yun Ruoyan asked. At this moment, there were only 2 youths guarding Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue. The others were nowhere to be seen. The others have all gone to kill beasts nearby, leaving only the 4 of us behind. 2 of us are guarding the oasis, and the other 2 are watching the 2 misses of the Lin family, the youth replied, his voice trembling. They'd agreed to exchange hostages today, but only 4 of them had been left behind. Wasn't there something fishy going on? What's going on? Don't try anything funny, or you'll end up like that guy just now. Yun Ruoyan threatened. I am really not lying. We waited for so long, but you didn't show up. Tomorrow's the last day, and everyone was so anxious that we decided to go kill beasts first. It's already dark, and they should be back soon. The youth was on the verge of tears under Yun Ruoyan's threat, and he didn't look like he was lying. I still feel like something's amiss, Zhuifang said as he got closer to Yun Ruoyan. There's definitely an ambush nearby. If someone had concealed their aura and set up an ambush nearby, Yun Ruoyan and Zhuifang's cultivation wouldn't have been able to detect them. Yun Ruoyan nodded. Even if there's an ambush, we have to go save them. I'll head out now, and you stay here to cover me. Zhuifang nodded in agreement. He took out his homemade wooden bow, knocked his sword, and prepared to act as a cover. Yun Ruoyan used her hand as a knife to knock out the youth, then concealed her aura and crept toward the lakeside. Two beauties, don't be in such a hurry. If your sister doesn't show up after tonight, we'll definitely put you down and take good care of you, hee. A well-built youth stood in front of Lin Qingchen, his eyes full of lust. That's right, don't be in such a hurry. Men like girls with a fiery temper, another youth chimed in. Whoosh, whoosh. As two strange, crisp sounds rang out, the laughter stopped, and the two youths felt a chill on their necks. They subconsciously turned around to look at Yun Ruoyan, whose face was half white and half black. Their mouths gaped open, but they could only make squeaking sounds. Yun Ruoyan ignored the two youths and walked straight toward Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, who were tied to a tree trunk. The two youths' bodies collapsed behind Yun Ruoyan. Woo-woo. As Yun Ruoyan walked closer, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen began to whimper anxiously. They wanted to say something, but their mouths were tightly bound, and they couldn't utter a single word. They were so anxious that tears began to flow down their cheeks. Yun Ruoyan quickly walked up to the two of them and cut off the ropes binding them with her dagger. After being tied up for so long, their bodies were sore and weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Qingchen, Qingxue, are you all right? Yun Ruoyan asked worriedly as she untied the cloth around their mouths. Lin Qingxue's mouth was the first to be untied. Her lips were chapped, and it was clear that she hadn't had any water in a long time. She spoke hoarsely, Sister Ruoyan, let's go. There's an ambush. I'm here to save you. Let's go together. Yun Ruoyan grabbed Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, one in each hand. Sister Ruoyan, leave by yourself. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Lin Qingchen was also very anxious, but the two of them were so weak that they couldn't even speak. Let's go first. It won't be so easy. A male voice walked out from a nearby thicket. Yun Ruoyan looked over to see a tall and fat youth. The young man said, You killed my big brother. Do you think you can leave so easily? Your brother is Zhao Ming, right? Yun Ruoyan guessed that this youth was a student from the Qin kingdom. Who else could it be? The youth hissed. I didn't kill Zhao Ming, Yun Ruoyan replied. Rong Yueshan was the one who killed him. Rong Yueshan's voice rang out as she walked out from another thicket. Yun Ruoyan, there's no point in denying it now. Yun Ruoyan stood behind Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, her half-black, half-white face making her look both strange and cold. She looked at the Qin Kingdom youth and said coldly, I didn't kill him, but I can't do anything about it if you don't believe me. Do you want to fight me alone, or do you want to come at me together? Chapter 195. The Qin Kingdom youth looked at Yun Ruoyan and smiled. Didn't your two sisters have time to tell you that they've been smeared with a colorless, odorless powder? You've been poisoned. Yun Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. She tried to circulate her spiritual energy, but a numbing sensation spread through her entire body, and she couldn't help but stumble. Sister Ruoyan. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue tried their best to help Yun Ruoyan up, but all three of them stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The chubby youth and Rong Yuashan both burst out laughing at this scene. "Miss Rong, your bone-softening powder is truly amazing, ha ha ha." The chubby youth laughed at Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan also couldn't hide the smile on her face. She said, "Of course, this bone-softening powder was specially made by my father. It's 10 times more effective than ordinary bone-softening powder. It's specially used to deal with people with high spiritual power cultivation. Truly despicable and shameless." Yun Ruoyan glanced coldly at the two smug youths before turning to the chubby youth. "I didn't expect the Qin Kingdom to resort to such underhanded methods." The chubby youth's face reddened slightly under Yun Ruoyan's cold gaze. The Qin Kingdom was by the sea, and the Qin Kingdom had always been known for their frankness. Even if they were cruel and bloodthirsty, they would do so face to face. It was rare for them to resort to poison like this. "Humph," Rong Yuashan snorted. "First, you killed my sister, and now you've killed Zhao Ming. What's wrong with us killing you for revenge? What does it matter what methods we use?" "That's right. As long as I can kill you and avenge my brother, I don't mind being despicable for once," the chubby youth replied, mirroring Rong Yuashan's tone. Clearly, this chubby youth had been brainwashed by Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan looked at the chubby youth. "She's so weak right now that she doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Are you going to do it, or should I?" "I'll do it." The chubby youth stepped forward. "I must avenge my brother with my own hands." "All right." Rong Yuashan put her hands behind her back and did not object. She said, "You can kill her for revenge, but her head is mine. I promised my father that I would bring her head back to pay homage to my sister who died tragically in her hands." "No problem." The two of them quickly came to an agreement. One would kill Yun Ruoyan personally, and the other would take her head. The strong and fat youth had a bloodthirsty look on his face as he approached the three of them like a small mountain. "Sister Ruoyan, run." Lin Qingxue tugged at Yun Ruoyan's sleeve. "We'll stop him." Both Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen took a step forward, swaying unsteadily. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen and Lin Yun Ruoyan, but Yun Ruoyan, too. Yun, I's Qing, I, Yun, Yun, and Yun, I Ruo, don't, Yun, for Yun, tu, I said, I Ruo, I Yun and tu. Today, I'm going to kill both of your sisters in front of you, so that you'll have a taste of the pain of losing your brothers and sisters. I didn't kill your brother, and I don't want to kill you either. If you let us go now, I'll let bygones be bygones." Yun Ruoyan stepped back, blocking the Lin sisters' path. "I didn't kill your brother, and I don't want to kill you either. What are you saying? Let bygones be bygones. You don't want to kill me. Ha ha ha." The chubby youth seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. "Get it straight, I'm the one who's going to kill you now." Yun Ruoyan's trio had already retreated to the edge of the forest, and there was nowhere else for them to retreat. The chubby youth stared at the three of them like a wild beast, as if he would pounce on them at any moment. In the forest opposite them, Zhuifeng had already knocked a tiger canine arrowhead on a wooden arrow. As the chubby youth approached Yun Ruoyan's trio, he also walked into Zhuifeng's shooting range. Just as the youth was about to expose his back to Zhuifeng, Zhuifeng slowly pulled the bowstring to its fullest. Just as Zhuifeng was about to release the arrow, Yun Ruoyan shook her head in his direction. Zhuifeng frowned slightly. Although he didn't know why Yun Ruoyan would shake her head at him, the tacit understanding between the two of them still allowed Zhuifeng to relax his grip on the bowstring. No matter what, no matter the circumstances, Zhuifeng chose to trust Yun Ruoyan. Chocho, Yun Ruoyan called out to Chocho in her mind. Mistress, Chocho quickly responded. Prepare the mist. All right. Chocho took out the bottle of mist from within the pocket dimension of the silver bracelet and opened it. The green mist immediately began to pour out. The youth stopped in front of the three of them. His gaze landed on Lin Qingxue, who was standing to Yun Ruoyan's right. Let's start with you. Without giving the three of them any time to react, the youth stretched out a muscular arm and grabbed at Lin Qingxue. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, was already prepared. With a flip of her hand, she grabbed a handful of green mist from her pocket dimension and threw it at the youth's face. As soon as the mist left her hand, it immediately turned into a colorless and odorless gas. The youth saw Yun Ruoyan's attack, but he couldn't dodge in time. That colorless and odorless mist drilled into his nose without a single bit of it going to waste. Thinking that he had been poisoned, he hurriedly retreated and tried to use his spiritual energy to expel the poison. However, he quickly discovered that he wasn't poisoned at all. In fact, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. The chubby youth looked at Yun Ruoyan suspiciously, and his eyes widened in shock. The Yun Ruoyan in front of him was no longer Yun Ruoyan, but Zhao Ming. Brother Zhao. The chubby youth called out to Yun Ruoyan with a mixture of surprise, joy, and confusion. Both Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingxue looked at the chubby youth's strange behavior, unsure of what was going on. Yun Ruoyan didn't have the time to explain. Instead, she turned to the chubby youth sternly. Do you still recognize me as your brother? Of course I do. You'll always be my older brother. The chubby youth replied without hesitation. Then will you listen to what I say? Yun Ruoyan continued to speak to the chubby youth as if she were his older brother. I'll listen. The chubby youth's eyes were red. I don't have parents, and I only have you as my older brother. As long as you're alive, as long as you're back, I'll listen to everything you say. Good. Yun Ruoyan praised him. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Take out the antidote now and give it to the Lin sisters. The antidote isn't with me, the chubby youth replied. It's with Miss Rong. I'll go get it from her. The chubby youth turned to look for Rong Yuehong, but Yun Ruoyan stopped him. Brother, wait. What's the matter, brother? Come here. Yun Ruoyan beckoned to the chubby youth, who walked up to her obediently. The chubby youth was still under the effects of the fog, and in his eyes, Yun Ruoyan was Zhao Ming. Let me tell you, that Rong Yueshan is a vicious character. She wanted to kill you and frame Yun Ruoyan for it. Luckily, you saw through her ploy, and you didn't die at her hands, Yun Ruoyan whispered. She's using you to kill the Lin sisters and Yun Ruoyan. If you ask for the antidote just like that, she'll definitely refuse. Damn it. What a cunning and insidious woman. The chubby youth didn't doubt Zhao Ming's words at all. She sacrificed 4 of her brothers to set up this trap, and she even wanted me to sacrifice 2 of my brothers. I didn't do that, and the ones who've died are all members of her team. Good job. As expected of my younger brother. Yun Ruoyan's opinion of the chubby youth had changed somewhat. Walk over and kill Rong Yueshan, then get the antidote for us. Yes, I understand. The chubby youth nodded. I'm going now, brother. All right, go. The chubby youth turned and walked back toward Rong Yueshan. Rong Yueshan frowned at the chubby youth. Why didn't you kill her? What did Yun Ruoyan say to you? The chubby youth's back was to Rong Yueshan, and the two of them spoke in hushed voices. Although Rong Yueshan wasn't very far from them, she couldn't hear what they were saying. She only felt that the two of them were acting rather strangely. What did you say? The chubby youth didn't seem to understand Rong Yueshan's words, and he continued to walk toward her. Rong Yuashan was even more perplexed. What did you say to Yun Ruoyan? Oh, I'm talking to her. The chubby young man laughed and walked up to Rong Yuashan. I'll talk to her. The young man said as he suddenly grabbed at Rong Yuashan's neck like the wind. With the strength of the youth's hand, even a wolf's throat would be crushed by him. Rong Yuashan only felt a strong gust of wind sweeping towards her neck. It was so fast that she didn't even have time to retreat. Ah! A pained cry rang out. Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, Zhuai Feng, and even Yun Ruoyan all opened their eyes wide in shock. This cry of pain didn't come from Rong Yuashan's mouth, but from the chubby youth's. The chubby youth's hand had just landed on Rong Yuashan's neck, but before he could exert any force, a dagger had pierced through his chest. The youth's cultivation wasn't weak, but he hadn't been on guard against Rong Yuashan at all. Just like that, Rong Yuashan's dagger pierced through his chest. To survive in this world, not only do you have a high cultivation, you also have to have a brain. Rong Yuehong smiled faintly at the chubby youth before slowly pulling the dagger out of his chest. The youth turned back to Yun Ruoyan, and the Xiaoming in his eyes slowly reverted to Yun Ruoyan's. Brother, are you dead or alive? The youth had the time to ask this question before he fell to the ground. Ha, go ask them in the netherworld. Rong Yuehong sneered, then turned her gaze back to Yun Ruoyan. Yi Qianying told me that you knew sorcery. I didn't believe her at first, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have no choice but to believe it. Chapter 196. As the sky darkened, Yun Ruoyao and Wang Meng continued walking along the small path. Wang Meng walked unhurriedly, always a step behind Yun Ruoyao. This made Yun Ruoyao feel very uneasy. At first, the two of them were still talking, but as time went on, not a single word was said. It's already dark. Let's go back, Yun Ruoyao said. All right. Let's go back. Wang Meng didn't have any objections. He was almost certain that Yun Ruoyao was Wang Kuang's murderer, but he didn't want to kill her just like that. He felt that it would be too easy on her. When he thought of how his brother had died in the Imperial Palace's secret manuals, his hatred for Yun Ruoyao wouldn't be quelled no matter how cruel the world's punishment was. Why aren't you walking? Yun Ruoyao turned around and was about to walk back the way they had come, but she saw Wang Meng standing there, staring at her strangely. You go first, Wang Meng said. Your cultivation isn't high enough, and it'll be too dangerous if a magical beast attacks you from behind. Wang Meng's words weren't wrong at all, and Yun Ruoyao relaxed quite a bit. Wang Meng's cultivation was more than a single rank higher than hers, and if he wanted to attack her, he wouldn't even have to resort to a sneak attack. In a direct confrontation, Yun Ruoyao wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of Wang Meng's attacks. Yun Ruoyao relaxed a little, and she led the way. Wang Meng still followed behind her, his mind filled with thoughts of how to punish Yun Ruoyao. There was also Yi Qianying and Yun Ruoyu. The results of his investigation showed that Yi Qianying, Yun Ruoyu, and Yun Ruoyao were very close, and the 3 of them had always been inseparable. They had even been together in the imperial territory. Even if the 2 of them weren't the murderers, they had to be bystanders or participants. In Yun Ruoyu's absence, he would punish Yi Qianying first, and then deal with Yun Ruoyu once they returned to the capital. Pei Zhou was definitely going to die, and Jin Fei had already decided on how he would die. Just like that skinny monkey, Guiyu, he would be sliced and salted. At this moment, Wang Meng was like a demon who had everything under his control. These 3 people were like meat on a chopping board in his hands, waiting to see how he would deal with them. Wang Meng suddenly realized that controlling someone else's life and death was a particularly interesting thing. This was the first time he had discovered something more interesting than refining medicine, and his mood unexpectedly became inexplicably happy. There seems to be spiritual power fluctuations. Not long after they walked out, Yun Ruoyao suddenly stopped and pointed to a very dark place in the forest to her left. Wang Meng froze for a moment, then pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked in the direction Yun Ruoyao was pointing. There was not a trace of light in that place, it was very deep. Wang Meng released his spiritual force towards that place, and sure enough, there was a very rich spiritual force overflowing from that place. Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat, and then a wave of ecstasy surged from his chest. What spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs? They were just lies that he had made up in order not to alert the enemy and trick Yun Ruoyao into coming out alone. As a result, Wang Meng didn't waste any spiritual energy on scouting along the way. But at this moment, there was indeed an unusually rich spiritual energy fluctuation coming from that dark and gloomy forest. Based on Wang Meng's many years of pill refining experience, such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation had to be coming from an extraordinary treasure. As someone who was obsessed with pill refining, nothing could make Wang Meng more excited than finding a treasure that could be used to refine pills. In that instant, Wang Meng had completely forgotten about avenging his brother, Wang Quang, and all his attention was focused on the treasure that had yet to appear. Young Master Wang. When Yun Ruoyao saw Wang Meng's bright eyes and uncontrollable joy, she guessed that he must have found something good. She couldn't help but get excited as well. Young Master Wang, was that spiritual energy emanating from the spirit grass and fruit? Yun Ruoyao asked. Wang Meng finally turned his gaze from the depths of the forest to Yun Ruoyao. He looked at her with bright eyes, but he didn't speak for a long time, as if he were too excited to speak, or as if he were racking his brains over something. Wang Meng's expression once again caused Yun Ruoyao to feel a little apprehensive. Young Master Wang, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just too excited, Wang Meng replied. There's indeed a treasure there, and it's no ordinary one at that. Really? Yun Ruoyao grew excited once more. A treasure that can excite even you must be extraordinary. The spiritual energy fluctuation coming from that place is something I've never seen on any spiritual herb or fruit before. In fact, it's tens of times stronger than any high-grade spiritual herb I've seen before. If I'm not wrong, it's probably a sage-rank spiritual fruit or herb. Wang Meng didn't hide anything. In his eyes, Yun Ruoyao was already a dead person, and there was nothing to hide from a dead person. Saint rank. Yun Ruoyao was dumbfounded by Wang Meng's words. Whether it was a spiritual herb, a spiritual fruit, or a magical beast, they were all existences that only existed in the legends. Legend had it that all sage-rank existences had been wiped out along with the demon race 1,000 years ago. How could there be a sage-rank existence in Kongming Academy's training grounds? But such a spiritual herb and fruit would surely be guarded by ferocious magical beasts. It wouldn't be so easy to obtain, Wang Meng added. Then what should we do? Yun Ruoyao didn't know much about spiritual herbs, and she had no idea what to do after hearing Wang Meng's words. Why don't we ask Qianying and young Master Pei for help? Wang Meng shook his head. It's not that I'm being selfish, but there's no way a sage-rank spiritual herb or fruit like this could be found in large quantities. There'd only be one spiritual herb, and 2 spiritual fruits would be considered lucky. Are you really willing to share it with 2 other people? After all, such an opportunity is hard to come by in several lifetimes. Yun Ruoyao shook her head without hesitation. Of course she wasn't willing. All right. Wang Meng nodded in satisfaction. Let's go take a look at the situation first. If the beast is too strong for us to handle, we'll find someone else to help. Wang Meng actually took Yun Ruoyao's hand and pulled her into the depths of the forest. Yun Ruoyao was taken aback. She had never held hands with a boy before, not even young Master Li, who was currently quite close to her, had skin-to-skin contact with her. Yun Ruoyao felt a strange sensation pass from Wang Meng's hand to her own. She couldn't help but blush as she allowed Wang Meng to pull her into the forest. Wang Meng happened to see this scene, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His lips suddenly curled into a cruel smile that was even more chilling than his icy one. In another oasis, Rong Yuashan was still facing off against Yun Ruoyao's group of 3. Yun Ruoyao, are you a human or a demon? Rong Yuashan asked. What do you think? Yun Ruoyao countered expressionlessly. Do I look like a human or a demon? Yun Ruoyao's face was half white and half black. As the sky darkened, her white face became even whiter, while her black face seemed to be obscured by the darkness. She looked rather strange and ugly, but it would be too far-fetched to call her a demon. You don't look like a demon, but you don't look like a human either, Rong Yuashan replied. Rong Yuashan said, what kind of person was my elder sister? She was actually defeated by you. Not only was she defeated, she even died at your hands. Although Rong Yuashan and Rong Yuehong weren't sisters, she had always treated her sister as her goal. Rong Yuashan had been present at the Peach Blossom Banquet, and she had personally witnessed Yun Ruoyao defeat Rong Yuehong with her own spiritual energy. However, judging from her aura, Yun Ruoyao's cultivation was roughly the same as hers, and this had puzzled her for a long time. From then on, Rong Yuashan began to doubt the rumors that Yun Ruoyao was a cripple. She believed that Yun Ruoyao was hiding her true strength. After getting to know Yi Qianying, she began to ask her about Yun Ruoyao. According to Yi Qianying, Yun Ruoyao was almost a demon. She had suddenly transformed from an ugly shrimp into a proud swan, and her cultivation had inexplicably increased by leaps and bounds. What was even more frightening was the way Yun Ruoyao looked at others. Yun Ruoyao had gone from someone who didn't dare to meet anyone's eyes to someone who was in a superior position. For some reason, her gaze seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. Yi Qianying had even told Yun Ruoyao that Pei Zio's massacre at the Yichuan brothel had been orchestrated by Yun Ruoyao, and that Pei Zio had been bewitched by her sorcery. Rong Yuashan hadn't believed this at first. After all, she had seen a demon with her own eyes, and Yun Ruoyao definitely didn't seem like one. But just now, that fat youth had been bewitched right in front of Rong Yuashan. If Rong Yuashan hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and if she hadn't been mentally prepared, she would have been dead by now. Furthermore, when Rong Yuashan had seen Yun Ruoyao's protective barrier at the bottom of the lake, she had seen that it was something only a peak 8th rank cultivator could do. During the flower viewing party, Yun Ruoyao had given off the aura of a 4th rank blade master, but Rong Yuehong had been a 6th rank blade master at the time, and Yun Ruoyao had been able to defeat her. And now, just a few short months later, Yun Ruoyao had revealed herself to be an 8th rank blade master. All of this confused and shocked Rong Yuashan. Before she had an answer to these questions, Rong Yuashan hadn't dared to make a move on Yun Ruoyao, but she had found an opportunity yesterday. Without hesitation, she decided to make use of this group of Qin Kingdom cultivators. She wanted to use them to capture Yun Ruoyao, then figure out just what kind of existence she was. Your sister died because she was too arrogant, Yun Ruoyao replied. As for you, Yun Ruoyao's expressionless face finally revealed a mysterious smile. You're about to die because you thought you were smart. Chapter 197. At the highest point of Kongming Academy's tower, two figures, one dressed in black and the other in white, stared silently at a copper mirror in front of them. Both of them wore hoods that concealed their faces. The copper mirror showed the scene of Yun Ruoyan and Rong Yuashan facing off against each other. Who do you think will win this battle? The white-robed man's horse, desolate voice came from the white-robed man. The black-robed man didn't speak, only pointing at Yun Ruoyan in the mirror. The white-robed man was a little surprised. This student named Yun Ruoyan doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Why do you say that? Yun Ruoyan was afflicted with a bone-softening poison, and she was accompanied by two similarly afflicted sisters. Even if Zhuo Feng was hidden in the forest, she still wouldn't have the upper hand. Under the wide hood, the black-robed man's lips curled into a smile. He softly said, "Just watch. The sky's going to be completely dark soon, and the all-seeing mirror will automatically close at night. I'm afraid we won't be able to see the end of the show." The white-robed man stroked his snow-white beard beneath his hood. The two figures, one white and one black, didn't speak any further, both turning their gazes to the copper mirror. "Your sister died of arrogance," Yun Ruoyan said with a mysterious smile. "And you're about to die of your own cleverness." "What do you mean by that?" Rong Yuashan asked. Rong Yuashan was still quite nervous about Yun Ruoyan's words. The more she didn't know, the more afraid she was. To Rong Yuashan, Yun Ruoyan was an unknown existence. Yun Ruoyan continued to smile. "What I mean is that you're too smart for your own good, so smart that I don't have a reason not to kill you." Yun Ruoyan was a decisive person, and once she had the intention to kill, she wouldn't show any mercy. However, this didn't mean that she was a bloodthirsty person. If someone hadn't crossed her bottom line, she wouldn't have killed them so easily. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to reveal her true appearance, and she didn't even want to reveal her true strength unless she had no other choice. She was so careful not to draw attention to herself, but someone just had to focus all of her attention on her. Moreover, this person had been plotting to kill her. Such a person was undoubtedly the most dangerous existence to Yun Ruoyan, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Therefore, she already had the intention to kill Rong Yuashan. Yun Ruoyan's murderous intent, as well as the confidence in her tone, made Rong Yuashan feel nervous. From Rong Yuashan's understanding of Yun Ruoyan, she would always be able to turn the tide of battle at the most crucial moment. She had to be as careful as possible. Despite her nervousness, Rong Yuashan's expression remained calm, and she even expressed her disdain for Yun Ruoyan. "You make it sound like you're confident that you can kill me." Rong Yuashan smiled disdainfully as she shifted her gaze toward the forest where Zhuo Feng was hiding. "Do you think I don't know that your friend is hiding there, ready to ambush me from behind?" "Ha, you're underestimating me too much." Rong Yuashan could have attacked Yun Ruoyan together with the chubby youth, but she had chosen to stand far away from Zhuo Feng. She had done so because she knew that Zhuo Feng was hiding in the forest. Because the chubby youth had confiscated Zhuo Feng's bow, he wasn't afraid of Zhuo Feng at all. However, Rong Yuashan had seen Zhuo Feng's archery in action. A person with such skill could easily make a bow and arrow that could be used as a killing weapon. Zhuo Feng's arrow was indeed aimed at Rong Yuashan, but Rong Yuashan was already beyond the range of his homemade bow, so Zhuo Feng had been waiting for an opportunity. Rong Yuashan, however, stood there steadily, not taking a single step forward. This made Zhuo Feng, who had always been calm and steady, a little anxious. "It's about time. My people will be back soon." Rong Yuashan's tone finally relaxed a little. "No matter how powerful your sorcery is, you can't possibly deal with so many people at once, can you?" Rong Yuashan had said so much in order to stall for time. Her team and the rest of the Qin Kingdom team had all gone off to hunt beasts, leaving only the chubby youth, Rong Yuashan, and 4 other members of her team to deal with Yun Ruoyan. "Then I'll kill you before they return." Once Yun Ruoyan's killing intent was ignited, she didn't want to delay any longer. She was prepared to use the Feilai blade to kill Rong Yuashan immediately. She used her mental energy to communicate with the Feilai blade in her mind, then looked at Rong Yuehong with a sharp gaze. The Phalai blade turned into a streak of light as it shot toward Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan had been staring intently at Yun Ruoyan the entire time, so she saw everything that had happened in the blink of an eye. Ah! Sorcery! Rong Yuashan exclaimed in shock. The sight of Yun Ruoyan using the Phalai blade was also witnessed by the white-robed elder and the black-robed man. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, but didn't react much. On the other hand, the white-robed elder exclaimed in shock. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon. As the white-robed elder exclaimed, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the copper mirror. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into the copper mirror. In the blink of an eye, the Phalai blade had appeared in front of Rong Yuashan. In the next instant, it would slice through her neck and decapitate her. But at that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy appeared in midair. This spiritual energy morphed into a rope that bound the Phalai blade, causing it to stop right in front of Rong Yuashan's eyes. Because of the sudden binding of spiritual energy, the rope on the Phalai blade dissipated, revealing its original form. It was a weapon that was 3/4 moon-shaped, completely black, and had a rather strange shape. The edge of the blade glowed with a cold, white light, and it radiated a chilly aura. Ah! Rong Yuashan was so scared that her face turned pale. She screamed and fell to the ground. A demonic spiritual weapon. Rong Yuashan's eyes widened, and her heart almost leapt to her throat. But she finally saw that the object that had scared her out of her wits wasn't some sorcery, but a spiritual weapon. So it's a spiritual weapon. Ha! Rong Yuashan turned her gaze from the Phalai blade to Yun Ruoyan. Her voice trembled from the shock she had just received, but she couldn't suppress her joy at seeing the truth. Ha, so it's just a powerful spiritual weapon. I really thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Although spiritual weapons that could transform into streaks of light weren't common, they weren't unheard of. The Rong family's secret weapon, a silver needle, was able to track and kill someone from a distance. Rong Yuashan had seen such a weapon before, so she wasn't surprised. Unfortunately, that high-grade spiritual weapon had been confiscated by Li Mo during the flower viewing party. Otherwise, if it were in Rong Yuashan's hands right now, she would have shot it at Yun Ruoyan without hesitation. Yun Ruoyan was also surprised to see the Phalai blade suddenly stop just as it was about to kill Rong Yuashan. When she took a closer look, she saw that there was actually a white spiritual weapon wrapped around the blade. It was this white spiritual energy that was binding the Phalai blade, preventing it from attacking. Mistress, someone's using spiritual energy to try and control the Phalai blade, Chocho's shocked voice rang out in her mind. Can you sense who it is? Yun Ruoyan asked Chocho telepathically. No, Chocho replied. Chocho replied, this person isn't in the Imperial territory. He's probably using some sort of spiritual weapon to send his spiritual energy in, but his cultivation is very high. Chocho's tone was full of shock. To be able to use spiritual energy to control the Phalai blade's attack, this person's cultivation has to be at the peak of the Blade Master realm, perhaps even on the verge of breaking through to the Sage realm. Peak. Saint realm. Yun Ruoyan was also shocked to hear Chocho mention these 2 unfamiliar realms. On the Qinyuan continent, 9th rank was the highest realm of cultivation. Yun Ruoyan had only heard of this so-called peak from Li Mo once, and he hadn't explained it to her in detail, only telling her that she would naturally understand once she became a 9th rank blade master. Yun Ruoyan had asked Chocho about this before, but because of the restriction, Chocho hadn't been able to tell her too much. But now, Yun Ruoyan had learned from Chocho that, in addition to the peak of 9th rank, there was also the Sage realm. Before this, Yun Ruoyan had always thought that only magical beasts and spiritual herbs could reach the Sage realm. She hadn't expected that humans could also reach the sage realm through cultivation. Saint realm, wasn't that the equivalent of a god above the 9 heavens? Just as Yun Ruoyan's soul was about to leave her body, an illusory figure appeared on the Phalai blade, the blade spirit, which hadn't appeared in a long time. The blade spirit was in the form of a long-bearded old man. His sharp eyes stared in the direction of the spiritual energy binding the blade. In front of the copper mirror, the white-robed elder made a claw-like gesture with his right hand. His powerful spiritual energy transformed into a rope of spiritual energy that glowed with a faint white light. It passed through the copper mirror and wrapped around the Phalai blade. He had originally intended to take the blade away, but even after using more than half of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to retrieve it from the realm connected to the copper mirror. Just as the elder was about to raise his cultivation further, the Phalai blade's spirit appeared. "Who dares disturb this old man's rest?" the blade spirit shouted. This shout suddenly rang out, causing Rong Yuashan, who had already stood up on the sand, to fall on her but once again. Chapter 198. What a powerful sword spirit, to have reached the level of a sword saint as well. The white-robed elder looked at the sword spirit sitting cross-legged on the Phalai blade through the all-seeing mirror. No wonder the spirit-searching mirror couldn't detect it. When Yun Ruoyan and the others had passed through the entrance to the trial, the small mirror in Shui Yun's and Mo Yun's hands that had been used to scan their spiritual artifacts was a spirit-searching mirror. At the Spirit Seeker realm, one could detect spiritual artifacts below 9th rank. The Phalai blade sword spirit had already surpassed 9th rank, and had reached the level of a sword saint. How could such a powerful spiritual weapon have appeared in the hands of a little girl? The white-robed elder couldn't help but wonder. The black-robed man standing by the white-robed elder's side also had a trace of doubt on his face. His long brows furrowed as his gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's face reflected in the copper mirror. I really don't know how many more surprises you can bring me." The black-robed man was none other than the slaughtering king, Liamo. As for the white-robed elder, he was the first elder of Kongming Academy, and he held absolute authority within the academy. "What, you don't dare tell me your name?" The Phalai blade sword spirit declared arrogantly to the white-robed elder. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." The sword spirit raised his arms, his palms facing the sky, and a white ball of spiritual energy began to form in his palms. The white ball of spiritual energy grew larger and larger, until it was the size of a human head. Then, the sword spirit brought his palms together, and the two balls of spiritual energy merged into one. The immense spiritual energy caused the sword spirit's body to look like a tiger, and as he pushed his palms forward, the ball of spiritual energy shot into the sky. "Amazing!" Cho couldn't help but exclaim. A sword spirit actually dares to challenge a sword saint. Cho felt as if she had truly underestimated the sword spirit. Even Yun Ruoyan was stunned by the sword spirit's sudden appearance and attack. She couldn't help but think back to when she had subdued the sword spirit. Her impression of the sword spirit was that of an eccentric old man. Eccentric people were generally quite powerful, but Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected this old man to be so terrifying. A white pillar of spiritual power shot out from the old man's hand and shot straight into the air. It was many times stronger than the rope-like spiritual power that the white-robed old man had shot out. The white-robed old man in front of the all-seeing lens couldn't help but change his expression. Such a powerful pillar of spiritual energy was rushing towards him with the momentum of breaking through the all-seeing lens. Although the white-robed elder could turn off the all-seeing mirror at any time and cut off his connection to the trial grounds, his dignity as a superior wouldn't allow him to do so. He reached out with both hands, ready to receive the attack. The terrifying beam of spiritual power released by the sword spirit finally hit the barrier between the all-seeing mirror and the secret realm. Roan Yuashan, who was closest to it, was blinded by the intense white light. She lay on the sand like an ostrich. Everyone was waiting for that shocking moment to come. But to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. When the sword spirit's white light beam hit the barrier, it was like a breeze blowing on the wall. It didn't feel anything at all. Everyone, including the white-robed elder and Liemo, were dumbfounded. Ah! What's going on? The sword spirit was the first to be confused. He glanced at the barrier in midair. It's just an ordinary barrier. Why can't I open it? Let me try again. Ahem. The sword spirit coughed, and an even more dazzling beam of spiritual energy shot out from his palm. Because it was so frightening, the crowd couldn't help but get nervous again. The beam of light struck the barrier once again. Everyone's eyes fell on the sky. The white-robed elder raised his hands again, preparing to receive the attack. But, still, nothing happened. Damn it, what's going on? The sword spirit was the first to go crazy. The white-robed old man looked at the old man in the all-seeing mirror, and he could not help but smile. He said with a smile, "So this sword spirit is just a divine sense." "Chocho, what's going on?" Yun Ruoyan asked in confusion. "This sword spirit seems to be just a spiritual sense," Chocho commented after a long moment of observation. After observing for a long time, Chocho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that this muddle-headed old man doesn't know that he's just a divine sense. Spiritual sense. This was the first time Yun Ruoyan had heard of such a term. What spiritual sense? Chocho quickly answered Yun Ruoyan's question in her mind. When a cultivator reached the peak of cultivation, they would form an inner core in their spiritual vortex. Yun Ruoyan had only known that magical beasts had inner cores, but this was the first time she had heard from Chocho that humans could form inner cores through cultivation. At the same time, a cultivator's spiritual energy would be greatly enhanced, and this enhanced spiritual energy would be known as the spiritual sense. If a perfected cultivator's consciousness could find an object to attach to after death, it could last for thousands of years. Such an object could be a spirit artifact, or it could be a spirit grass or spirit medicine. Yun Ruoyan and Chocho had always thought that the sword spirit in the Phalai blade had been formed from the blade itself, but they hadn't expected him to be the spiritual sense of a dead peak cultivator. The spiritual sense could also attack, but its attack power was less than 1,000th of that of the main body. However, it could display the effects of the main body. While it was useful for scaring people, in a real battle, it would still be more effective if it attached itself to a spiritual weapon. How dare you, sword spirit! If you don't wake up, I'll subdue you right now. The white-robed elder's voice rang out through the barrier. This voice suddenly came from midair. Although it was not loud, it still shocked everyone present. Chocho, who's that voice? Chocho replied, that voice belonged to the one whose cultivation had reached the consummate realm. You dare. The sword spirit pointed at the air sternly. Do you know who I am? How dare a junior like you boast about subduing me? Oh. Who are you, then? Asked the white-robed old man. The power of this divine sense was indeed very strong. However, it was only a divine sense. His original body had already died. Therefore, the white-robed old man wasn't afraid of it. He was just curious about it. I am. The sword spirit opened his mouth arrogantly, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Who am I? The sword spirit patted his head and muttered to himself, somewhat impatiently, who am I? Why can't I remember who I am? The white-robed old man saw that the old sword spirit was scratching his ears and cheeks, and didn't know what he was doing. So, he urged, since you don't want to speak, then don't blame me for being ruthless. How can the trial ground tolerate the existence of your divine sense? I'll take you away, and punish your master after the trial is over. What should I do? I've been asleep for so long that I've forgotten who I am. The sword spirit muttered to himself. When he heard the white-robed elder say that he wanted to take him in, he immediately bent down and hid within the Phalai blade like a cat. How embarrassing! Chocho exclaimed in Yunruoyan's mind. Don't tell anyone that we know him. Just as the white-robed elder was about to retract the Phalai blade, Liemo spoke up to stop him. First elder, please wait. What's the matter? The white-robed elder turned to Liemo. This spiritual weapon has already recognized that student as its master. Even if you retract it, you won't be able to use it, so why don't you just leave it with its master? Liemo replied, this spiritual weapon has immense potential, and as its master matures, it'll become even more powerful. If it were to be left with us, it would lose its master's spiritual energy and become nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. The white-robed elder pondered for a moment, then said, but possessing such a powerful totem at such a young age is not necessarily a good thing. A powerful spiritual weapon could undoubtedly increase one's offensive capabilities, but it could also make one slack off. This was a common problem among the scions of the royal capital. This was also the reason why Kongming Academy confiscated spiritual weapons from the scions of the royal families. What the white-robed elder didn't know was that Yun Ruoyan was an extremely restrained person. As long as her life wasn't in danger, she would almost never use the Phalai blade. Liemo was well aware of this, because even after spending so much time with Yun Ruoyan, he hadn't known that she had hidden such a spiritual weapon. It was clear how well she had hidden it. The first elder concealed this spiritual weapon so that it can be used by its master for cultivation, but its master won't be able to use it until he or she becomes a 9th-rank blade master, Liemo suggested. The white-robed elder looked at Yun Ruoyan through the all-seeing mirror. Seeing that she was young and had a strange expression on her face, he couldn't help but ask, "You're more familiar with the scions of the royal family than I am. Do you know this girl?" Liemo didn't intend to answer the white-robed elder's question, but now that the white-robed elder had asked, Liemo couldn't hide the truth. Her name is Yun Ruoyan, and she's the wife-born daughter of a high-ranking official, Yun Lan. To tell you the truth, I have some ties with her. Oh. The white-robed elder glanced at Liemo with interest. I know that you don't like to make friends with others, but since you're saying that you have some ties with her, I'm sure it's not just any ordinary relationship. I'm engaged to her, Liemo replied frankly. The white-robed elder was a little surprised, because Yun Ruoyan looked far too inconspicuous through the all-seeing mirror. Compared to Liemo, she was like a bright moon in the sky, a rock on the ground. What's so special about her? The white-robed elder asked again. She's saved me many times. Most importantly, I believe that she wouldn't abandon me under any circumstances, Liemo replied. Chapter 199. Liemo didn't tell the old man about the human furnace. This secret was so important that he was the only one in the world who knew about it, not even to the white-robed old man who had done him a great favor. The old man sighed inaudibly. He couldn't help but think back to how he had found Liemo in a cold, dark cave in the middle of winter. At the time, Liemo was no more than 5 or 6 years old, and he had survived for 10 days on the fresh blood of a small spiritual beast. By the time the white-robed old man had found him, he was already on the verge of death. As the white-robed old man cradled Liemo in his arms, he kept calling out, "Father, Mother, Palace Mistress, don't go. I'll be a good boy, don't abandon me." The white-robed old man didn't know how Liemo had managed to survive, but he knew that from then on, the once adorable child had become cold and distant. What the white-robed old man hadn't expected was that there would be a girl in this world who could walk into Liemo's heart. A smile involuntarily appeared on his aged face. That's good. Although the girl looked a little strange, the old man didn't say it aloud. Your father and mother would be very happy if they knew, the white-robed old man continued. Li Mo's lips curled up in a faint smile. Since she's engaged to you, I'll forget about it this time. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say in Kongming Academy. After we leave the trial, make sure she's careful, the white-robed old man instructed. Thank you, First Elder, Li Mo replied respectfully. Cho, what's going on? Within the imperial territory, Yun Ruoyan saw that the Phalai blade was still suspended in midair, and that the sword spirit had long since hidden within it. The rope of spiritual energy was still wrapped around the Phalai blade, but it was as if everything had stopped. There was no further movement from it. Mistress, perhaps they're discussing how to deal with that muddle-headed sword spirit, Cho replied. Will the Phalai blade be taken away? Yun Ruoyan asked worriedly. Kongming Academy's rules forbade anyone from bringing a 5th-rank spiritual weapon into the imperial territory, and she was clearly breaking the rules. Yun Ruoyan was certain that the Phalai blade would be taken away, and she might even be stripped of her right to enter Kongming Academy. I don't know, Master. Cho sounded very worried. A voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Little girl, I originally wanted to take away your spirit weapon before punishing you. However, since someone is pleading on your behalf, I will let you off this time. You don't have to confiscate the spiritual artifact, but seal it in your body for now. When you become a 9th-rank blade master, you can break the seal on your own. Yun Ruoyan wanted to ask who it was that had pleaded for her, but before she could, the voice had disappeared. At the same time, the ropes of spiritual energy binding the Phalai blade disappeared, and the blade returned to Yun Ruoyan's mind as if it were escaping. What entered her mind at the same time was a ray of white spiritual energy that shot out from the air. As the white spiritual energy entered Yun Ruoyan's mind, it enveloped and sealed the Phalai blade. What's going on? Why is there something binding me? The sword spirit shouted in Yun Ruoyan's mind. How dare you bind me? You bunch of blind fools. When I get out of here, I'll beat you until you cry for your parents. Old man, can you stop embarrassing yourself? Cho couldn't help but try to stop him. You little mythical beast, how dare you mock me? I'll beat you until your teeth fall all over the floor. The sword spirit continued. All right. Tell me who you are, old senior. Cho asked. The sword spirit was finally stumped by Cho's question. When I go to sleep, I'll definitely remember who I am when I wake up. She didn't know how long the sword spirit would sleep for, but Yun Ruoyan's mind finally calmed down. What just happened? Rong Yuashan, who had been burying her head in the sand, finally raised her head after a long period of silence. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue were just as confused as Rong Yuashan. Almost at the same time, they asked, Sister Ruoyan, what just happened? I'll tell you in detail later. Right now, it's more important to think of a way to escape, Yun Ruoyan whispered to the two sisters. After all that commotion, they had all forgotten about their current predicament. Now that they'd recovered from the shock, the soreness in their bodies seemed to have intensified. Rong Yuashan's bone-softening powder was truly extraordinary. Rong Yuashan slowly recovered from her daze. Just now, Yun Ruoyan had clearly used a very powerful spiritual weapon to kill her, but just as she thought she was going to die, a ray of spiritual energy suddenly appeared from the sky and stopped the spiritual weapon from killing her. Then, the sword spirit appeared, and the sword spirit began to fight with the spiritual energy in the sky. As for what happened after that, Rong Yuashan didn't know. Ever since then, she hadn't dared to look up. But now that Rong Yuashan looked at her surroundings and the sky, everything seemed to have returned to normal. Even the powerful spiritual weapon that Yun Ruoyan had released was nowhere to be seen. Rong Yuashan guessed that Yun Ruoyan's spiritual weapon must have been defeated by the spiritual energy in the sky, and that the spiritual energy in the sky was most likely the work of a powerful individual from Kongming Academy who had saved her. Rong Yuashan hadn't expected that such a powerful individual from the academy would save her. After all, there were quite a few people who had died in this trial, so why would someone save her when her life was in danger? Rong Yuashan wondered if this powerful individual had taken a liking to her and wanted to take her in as a disciple. Rong Yuashan's heart was filled with ecstasy. Having lived 2 lives, she had a good eye for people. Just as she had said, Rong Yuashan was someone who liked to think she was smart. Yun Ruoyan, it won't be easy to kill me, will it? Rong Yuashan laughed. Even the heavens are on my side, so you're definitely going to die today. Rong Yuashan's tone changed. But if you're willing to tell me your secret, I'll consider giving you a quick death. Rong Yuashan couldn't help but take a step toward Yun Ruoyan. In the forest, Zhui Feng's eyes lit up. He loosened his bowstring, and the wooden sword he'd made flew out. The body of the bow was made from the most common piece of soft wood in the forest, while the string was made from vines. The combination of the two was a very crude bow, and its shooting range was extremely limited. As a result, Zhui Feng couldn't let go of even the slightest opportunity. The moment Rong Yuashan stepped into his shooting range, he released the arrow without hesitation. Because of the tiger canine arrowhead, the inferior wooden arrow was much more powerful. In her excitement, Rong Yuashan had forgotten that Zhui Feng was still lurking in the forest. As soon as she stepped forward, she heard a whooshing sound. Before she could retract her leg, the tiger canine arrowhead accurately pierced her thigh. Rong Yuashan cried out in pain as she fell to the ground. Seeing that he'd injured Rong Yuashan with a single arrow, Zhui Feng dashed out of the forest like a cheetah, charging toward Yun Ruoyan's group of 3. Rong Yuashan gritted her teeth and took out a silver dart from her waist, shooting it at Zhui Feng. "Brother Zhua, be careful," Lin Qingxue called out. Zhui Feng nimbly dodged 3 or 4 silver darts in a row. Taking advantage of the gap between Rong Yuashan's second dart, he knocked another arrow and shot at Rong Yuashan. Because he didn't have time to attach the tiger canine arrowhead, the arrow's power was greatly reduced. Rong Yuashan shot a silver dart at the arrow in midair. The 4th-grade silver dart easily sliced the wooden arrow in 2. Zhui Feng took the opportunity to attach the tiger canine arrowhead, then knocked an arrow at Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan, on the other hand, aimed her silver dart at the 3 of them. Once again, the 2 sides faced off against each other. "If you move recklessly, I'll shoot those 3 sisters." However, the row of silver darts in Rong Yuashan's hands wasn't aimed at Zhui Feng, but at the 3 Yun sisters. She knew that she wouldn't be able to hit Zhui Feng with her current injuries, so she changed her target to the 3 Yun sisters, who were similarly inflexible. "Don't move recklessly either, or my arrow won't just be aimed at your legs," Zhui Feng warned. "It looks like it won't be easy for her to escape," Yun Ruoyan murmured. "Her companions are back. Ha, you won't be able to escape today. You'll all die here." Rong Yuashan had clearly sensed her companions' auras. A series of rustling footsteps sounded, and then 3 people walked out from the forest not far away. The one in the lead was the pale-faced youth with red lips and white teeth. 6 of Rong Yuashan's party had died, and now, including Rong Yuashan, there were only 4 of them left. "Miss Rong, you're injured," the pale-faced youth called out in concern when he saw Rong Yuashan half-kneeling on the ground. "Don't worry about me for now," Rong Yuashan replied. Rong Yuashan exclaimed, but her gaze was still on Yun Ruoyan and Zhui Feng as she spoke. It would be difficult for her to make the same mistake twice. Let me ask you something. Where are the Qin citizens? Rong Yuashan asked. Just as you said, we lured them into the beast horde, and not a single one of them survived, the pale-faced youth replied without a change in expression. Well done. You'll pay with your lives if you try to take advantage of me. Rong Yuashan spat viciously. Yun Ruoyan didn't know what sort of conflict Rong Yuashan had with the Qin Kingdom team, but it was enough to show that Rong Yuashan was a vicious woman. This made Yun Ruoyan even more determined to kill her. Miss Rong, what's the situation now? The pale-faced youth asked. Without Rong Yuashan's orders, the youth clearly didn't dare to act rashly. Ha ha ha. Rong Yuashan laughed coldly. Well, you've come just in time. Go and kill all 3 Yun sisters right now, without sparing a single one. Chapter 200. Kill every single one of them. Rong Yuashan ordered the pale-faced youth. The pale-faced youth and the 2 youths behind him all turned to look at the 4 of them, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Those 3 girls have all been poisoned by the bone-softening powder, and they can't even move a finger, let alone cultivate. There's nothing to be afraid of. Rong Yuashan could tell that the 3 youths were wary of her. I'll keep the archer busy, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Once we've dealt with them, we'll split their loot evenly, and with our current spoils, we'll be able to secure a spot for Kongming Academy. There'll be loot to be had, and we'll be able to eliminate a powerful opponent at the same time. What are you waiting for? At first, the 3 youths were quite wary of the arrow in Zhuo Feng's hand. Although they could tell that Zhuo Feng's bow was of poor quality, the wooden arrow knocked on the bow had a tiger canine arrowhead on its tip. Zhuo Feng's ability to kill 2 birds with 1 stone had left a deep impression on the 3 youths, and they couldn't help but be a little wary. However, after Rong Yuashan's words, the 3 youths no longer had any reservations. Their eyes shone with killing intent as they approached Yun Ruoyan's group. Seeing this, Zhuo Feng continued to aim the tiger canine arrowhead at Rong Yuashan as he approached Yun Ruoyan and her sisters. The pale-faced youth made a gesture, and the 2 youths behind him split up, preparing to attack from 3 sides. Sister Ruoyan, leave with Brother Zhua. Don't worry about us. The one who spoke was Lin Qingxue. If Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Feng really left the 2 sisters alone, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lin Qingchen didn't say a word. She knew Yun Ruoyan better than anyone else, and she knew that Yun Ruoyan wouldn't abandon the 2 of them. Yun Ruoyan's face was expressionless, and her half-black, half-white complexion was a little frightening. Her mind was racing. Zhuo Feng, the only one who could fight, was being held back by Rong Yuashan. Although the other 3 youths weren't as strong as Rong Yuashan, they were at least 5th-rank blade masters based on their auras. The 3 5th-rank blade masters were completely helpless against the 3 girls who had been afflicted with a paralyzing powder. This was a hopeless situation. Was there any other way to turn this situation around? Yun Ruoyan's frown deepened, and her expression grew more and more solemn. Cho, can I see if there's an antidote for this? Yun Ruoyan asked. A moment later, Cho replied that Liemo had given her a lot of antidotes, but he hadn't given her the antidote for the cartilage powder. Mistress, you can't take the risk. Just then, Cho could feel Yun Ruoyan forcefully circulating the spiritual energy within her spiritual vortex. Because the medicinal effect of soft bone powder seeped into the meridians, the spiritual power in the spirit sea was also restricted. If one forcefully used spiritual power without an antidote, it would cause great harm to the spirit sea and even the whole body. But right now, Yun Ruoyan was forcibly circulating the spiritual energy in her spiritual vortex, channeling a minuscule amount of spiritual energy into the bracelet. She wanted to use the bracelet's amplification to regain her ability to fight. Mistress, what you're doing will harm your cultivation greatly. Not only will it cause your cultivation to regress, but it could even cause your spiritual vortex to tremble and your cultivation to dissipate. Chocho explained the consequences to Yunruoyan, hoping that she would reconsider her actions. There's no other way. Saving everyone's lives is the most important. Having made up her mind, Yunruoyan continued to circulate her spiritual vortex, guiding the spiritual energy into the bracelet. It was as if a small stream of water had slowly formed a small pond. At the same time, the three youths approached, step by step. The pale-faced youth in the middle was much faster than the other two. But when he was about 70 to 80 feet away from Yunruoyan's group, he suddenly stopped and took out a pitch-black bow from behind his back, Zhuo Feng's bow, which he had taken from Lin Qingxue. The pale-faced youth knocked an arrow and aimed the white tiger canine arrowhead at Zhuo Feng. My memory for archery is quite poor, but I'll be able to kill you at this distance, the pale-faced youth said, a sinister smile on his face. The youth didn't give Zhuo Feng any time to react. He immediately released the arrow in his hand, and the tiger canine arrowhead tore through the air toward Zhuo Feng. Zhuo Feng really didn't have any time to react. He shot out his wooden sword at the youth as well. Both arrows were tiger canine arrowheads, but the youth's arrow was forged from steel and was extremely lethal, while Zhuo Feng's arrow was made from ordinary wood from the forest. The pale-faced youth once again made the first move. Although he claimed that he wasn't proficient in archery, archery was still a compulsory course in the family academy. He felt that even if his archery skills weren't as good as Zhuo Feng's, he would definitely win. But the youth had clearly underestimated Zhuo Feng's archery skills and overestimated himself. The steel arrowhead could increase its lethality, but it also reduced the speed of the arrow. For Zhuo Feng, who had astonishing arm strength, this disadvantage could be ignored, but for the pale-faced youth, this disadvantage was fatal. The wooden arrow that Zhuo Feng shot with all his strength seemed to be on fire as it scraped through the air. Like a stream of light, it shot toward the arrow shot by the pale-faced youth. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The two tiger canine arrowheads collided, causing dazzling sparks to fly. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. In this moment of friction, the wooden arrow continued to pierce through the air, while the steel arrow slightly deviated due to the friction. Pooh! The two arrows flew in the same direction, and the sound of arrows piercing flesh rang out at the same time. The pale-faced youth's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the arrow had accurately pierced his heart. The tiger canine arrowhead had already pierced his heart. What was exposed outside of his chest was only an ordinary wooden stick. The youth's eyes widened as he looked at Zhuo Feng across from him. He fell heavily onto the yellow sand behind him. On the other side, Zhuo Feng had also been hit by an arrow. However, the arrow hadn't hit his vitals. Instead, it had hit his shoulder. Zhuo Feng took advantage of the moment when the youth fell to the ground and everyone was still in a daze. He reached out and pulled out the arrow from his shoulder. Then, he directly knocked the arrow on the bow in his hand. The arrowhead was still aimed at Rong Yueshan. Zhuo Feng's action caused the other two youths to stare in shock. They saw that more than half of Zhuo Feng's shoulder was dyed red with fresh blood. The blood dripped down the bow in his hand and into the yellow sand. But he didn't cry out in pain at all. It was as if he was a killing machine that didn't know pain. Rong Yueshan saw the youth fall to the ground and cried out involuntarily. Her voice was filled with pain. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. "I'm going to kill you!" Rong Yueshan roared at Zhuo Feng. Then, without hesitation, she threw the silver dart in her hand. At the same time, Zhuo Feng once again shot out the arrow that was still stained with his own blood. As soon as he let go, Shui Feng felt that something was wrong. His originally strong hands suddenly felt weak. At the last moment, the arrow lost its momentum. In addition, the body of the arrow was made of steel. A wooden bow couldn't handle it, and Shui Feng was injured. So, the arrow was deflected by Rong Yuashan's dart. The arrow shot into the yellow sand beside Rong Yuashan. Shui Feng's legs also softened. He knelt on one knee in the yellow sand. I don't have any strength in my body. Shui Feng, who had been very calm all this time, couldn't help but feel nervous and afraid. He wasn't afraid of being hurt, but any of the three girls behind him were people he was willing to give up his life to protect. He couldn't let them get hurt. He tried to stand up again, but as soon as he exerted some strength, a wave of medicinal energy washed over him. The little bit of strength he had just gathered dissipated, and his entire body went limp as he knelt on the yellow sand. Haha, that's great. Rong Yuashan laughed. You've also been poisoned by the bone-softening powder. The heavens really want you to die. By this time, the last rays of the sun were about to recede. The white-robed old man stroked his beard as he slowly said, "Not only do the students this year have rather high cultivations, they're all vicious and merciless. In the future, they might become a force that can't be underestimated when they're sent to the foreign battlefields." Li Mo's eyes shone with worry. At this point, all four of them had been poisoned by the bone-softening powder. From Shui Feng's reaction, it was clear that this poison had been concocted by a very skilled poisoner. Their current situation was very disadvantageous to them. Although Li Mo's face was obscured by his hood, the white-robed elder seemed to be able to see his worry. Your fiancé's life is in danger. Li Mo narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. If she can't even overcome such a crisis, she wouldn't be fit to be my wife. The white-robed elder nodded. A man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. Remember your mission. I understand, First Elder, Li Mo replied respectfully. It's time. Let's see how things turn out tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the all-seeing mirror and the peak of the Kongming Peak retracted the last of the sunlight, and the all-seeing mirror closed as if it were a human eye. As the mirror closed, Yun Ruoyan seemed to sense it, and she looked up into the sky, right into Li Mo's heart. Would this be the last time she would see him? Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. Clenching his fists, he followed the elder out. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.